The Dark Realm is a difficult place to live. Plants grow weakly and twisted in the lack of sunlight. Mercenary work and banditry are rife, as it pays more than basic farming or hunting. The realm at large is ruled over from the great city of Guardia, an overpopulated, sinful place ruled over by a baleful king that we haven't seen in years. There is an elven kingdom to the south, ruled by the sequestered shadow elves, a dwarven kingdom lost to the mountains of the west, and a tiefling kingdom among the volcanic rock of the islands in the north. Great patches of our land are poisoned and deserted. There are tribal villages, beasts, goblins, and orc warbands, of course, but we're trapped here. The mists are a mystery. Most who enter them never return. Those that do are changed in such a way that they are unrecognizable or utterly insane. Nothing comes out of the mist, but it surrounds us, calls out, poisons, frightens. Couple that with the almost endless darkness, and the Dark Realm is a very difficult place to live.
Will, you're alive! Over here! Get down! Oh my god, you're bleeding!
Lyra, you're safe. Okay. I'm glad you're okay. They killed Argus. 5 of them. They stomped him into the dirt. These people are monsters. I've got to stop them.
Will, I need you to snap out of it. This place is lost. You are a mess. We need to leave. Now.
But okay. No, you're right. I can barely feel my hands.
There's more. Darrow was in on it.
What? That's impossible. There's no way.
I saw him myself. Right before all of this, he was down by the front gate, talking in whispers through a crack in the wall. And when he saw me watching, he quickly turned and hurried away. He knew they were out there, and he said nothing to warn us.
And he wandered off right when the feast started. That little backstabber. I'll kill him.
Later. Let's go.
What have we got here? Hey, boys. Surround them.
Listen, Lyra. When I stand up, run.
The fighting continues throughout Somme's Point, and you and your comrades, including the guards that you picked up, stand atop of the guards' watchtower that was on the west of town that Massimo was on. You can see that the chaos in the marketplace appears to have moved sort of further east away from you. In the night fires, you can see the ships in the dock. There are several smaller merchant vessels that remain moored, but there is a larger vessel that's entirely aflame, and then a secondarily larger vessel which is being boarded by bandits. Will, can you give me a perception check, please?
One perception check. That is a 10.
10 is just enough. You can see that they're led by an enormous orc. It looks as though they wish to pirate this vessel. They're clearly not setting it alight, whereas a lot of other things between you and them is on fire. They are moving onto this thing. You can see quite a few of them moving onto the ship, but they're still fighting through the guards at the docks area, people fleeing away from it. There is a route that was cleared by yourselves partially and the guards here. You can also see the area around the market. There's no real fighting anymore. Presumably one side or the other has won and they've moved off from the area. So the route between you and the docks would be a relatively decent straight shot, but it's a little further away. It's the opposite side of town, basically. Alternatively, you can still see that the lights at the orphanage, or the school, as the guards referred to it, are still alight at the north of town. It's much closer to you than the docks, but there doesn't appear to be any fighting nearby at all. It'd be very easy to get there in a short amount of time. All of you, as well as the few guards that came with you, seem to have secured this area immediately around you. Most of the families and the people that were still alive and fleeing are running back into their houses. You can hear them boarding up doors or locking doors around you, as this area is relatively secure. What would you guys like to do now?
Are we all gathered together, I assume?
Yeah, have we all been moved up to the top of the guard tower together?
Yeah, you guys are all together looking.
Okay.
I'm going to that school.
Okay.
You heard, you saw. They are just burning. They're not looting. They have nothing to gain here. They're just killing. It's a distraction.
Well, then that means we have no time to waste. Let's go.
Right.
I just turn and walk
feel like-
towards the school.
I'll
I feel
follow.
like it wouldn't be verbal, but you would just see Will like clenching his fists and kind of looking out to the ship where those guys are leaving. Like he wants to go that way, but he's not saying anything. And then we'll eventually turn and follow. Right. He can wait.
Merlin follows suit.
Yeah, the guards with you wanting them to come with you, stay here, or you can also send them elsewhere, like to the docks or back to the
come
gate.
with. No man gets left behind.
They can't come with us.
Why?
I mean, if Merlin's saying that
I
out loud,
don't
then
want to leave Nemo.
look at these houses. Look at the people running. Look at the burning. Someone has to go deal with that. And if we can't send them, then I'm going.
They should help the citizens. This is their town.
Agreed. I wanna rally all the soldiers together, and say, all of you, line up now, in formation.
Yes, sir.
Will's just gonna go full drill sergeant mode and start yelling at them and say like, anyone who's missing a shield, pick one up now off these bodies. An extra crossbow on every man, and start organizing them.
Yeah.
You five up front in a line, archers behind, exactly 40 feet, 10 feet apart. Move
How much is a foot then? How much is a foot then?
as far as your arms will spread.
Oh, it's the arms will spread. Right, that's a foot. Yeah, I knew that. He said that as well. Yeah, right, you go over there. Yeah, make sure you get that. Right, what about bolts? You got bolts, arrows? Yeah, pick up that spear then. You see them kind of rallying around. They grab their bits. They take some weapons off of the bandits, off of their own comrades, and they kind of rearm themselves. There are a handful of other guards that have moved over to the area as well, since this was a sort of a waypoint. The guards tower has been recaptured by the guards, so they've stationed themselves around it. Listening to you, they approach the area where you are. You see Saber, the one that you gave the heavy crossbow to, run back over to you and say, "Hey, your crossbow, sir."
Keep it. You're the bowmaster now. Get in the center.
Oh.
All right? 3 commands. Knock, pull, loose. You hear me?
Knock, pull,
and
loose.
I'm gonna demonstrate it. I'm demonstrating it with a bow. You fire together at the same target. No random nonsense.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, pull all the way back. Yeah, like that. Oh, loose. Right, okay.
And then whichever was the guard on the left side of the tower, the one who like went John Wick and killed both bandits by himself,
Yeah.
I want to pull him over.
His name is John
specifically.
now.
Oh, is his name John?
Yeah.
What's your name?
John, sir.
John, it's Sergeant now, understand? Get in the front, center, pick up a spear and a shield. Any civilians you find that are
Someone
able-bodied
got
adults, you hand them
promoted.
your extra bow.
Okay.
This is probably taking a few minutes, so I don't know how long the rest of the party wants to wait, but Will is clearly not going anywhere until he gets these guys in order.
Fire's just standing off to the side with her arms crossed, just kind of like taking it all in. Kind of a little bit giggly at you in charge.
I'm impatiently waiting about 30 feet away, and I'd be probably scouting through Vita ahead just to see if there's anyone hiding down alleys and stuff like that.
That's a great idea.
Here, give me a perception check with Vita.
5. They never roll well.
um,
Trying to
Let me
blame Vita.
roll
I see
my.
what you're doing there.
I don't think I'd get a roll over 10 with Vita yet.
The same sense of understanding in general through Vita allows you to understand that there doesn't seem to be a lot of action on the north side of town. There also isn't a lot on the north side of town, a handful of kind of warehouses and then this relatively large looking school or orphanage. But yeah, there's not a lot of people there, so you get that same sense from Vita that it's relatively empty, the same as how you probably would have noticed from high above. Once Will starts to finishes rallying these troops, they each of them nods to you, a few thank you as a group as well, and they get about helping the villagers, resecuring the area and looking where to organize themselves to move next. And the 4 of you, I presume, head north is the plan.
Yeah. Can I
Yep.
use detect magic in case Arias like put a trap there at the orphanage? I would think he would assume that Fix would come.
Yeah, you're not at the orphanage. You're leaving to head north through town. Once you get to the
Okay.
orphanage, I'll let you know, because that's 30 feet range. You want to be within
right,
30
got
feet
it,
of the
got it.
building before you use it.
Okay.
Um,
I'm preparing to muster then. With
Yeah.
detect magic.
Let's have you roll me a d2.
Oh no.
You want to roll something?
Five.
Yep.
That's a d20. A d2, sorry, 1, 2.
Whoa.
R/1d2. Or /R. Is it /R or R/? I don't remember.
/R space 1d2, yeah.
Wait, I'm supposed to roll a 1d2?
Yes, sorry.
Is it 2?
There we go.
2.
2. Merlin, you and the others are moving north through the town. Are you moving relatively quietly or quickly or normally, or how are you approaching this next stretch as you move away from it? Again, there doesn't seem to be, in general, a lot of people around. It's a pretty short maneuver from the east side of town where all the houses are, straight up a hill and then heading and kind of curving around a few warehouses back onto the main road, and then a dead shot straight up to the top of town where this school is.
I would be rushing until I got to the last building before the orphanage, where I would then stop and like wait behind it.
Okay. That's all I need to know. If one of you is rushing, so probably Fix, you're ahead of people here. After a moment, you moving around these warehouses, moving and maneuvering yourselves through these roads, the fire, the flames, and the chaos behind you, there is a sudden flash of light down one of the roads that splits off from the main road, and you can see a man, maybe in his 40s, aflame, completely on fire, running through the town. You can see that as he's rushing and hitting stuff, flags, fallen villagers, canopies, wooden carts, barrels, boxes, they're all being set aflame. He's creating chaos just on his own up in this empty part of town. You can hear that he's screaming. What do you do?
I will fire an Eldritch Blast at him.
All right, give me the attack roll.
10.
10. Give me the damage.
9.
How do you kill this man?
I try and do it gently. Actually, I try and do it as quickly as I can. Like, I just want to put him out of his misery. I just aim straight for his neck and just try and snap his neck straight away so he doesn't even notice it.
Yeah, this flaming man screaming, running down the street. He sort of careens into a set of boxes, these barrels rolling towards you, and as he stands back up, you aim your Eldritch Blast, and you see this man's neck suddenly turn around as you quickly kill this man. He falls to the ground. The area around him, already aflame, continues to burn, but it doesn't seem like it will spread too far from where he is. If he'd carried on moving down this road, it could have been awful for the northern end of town. You do see as he lands, though, this was a villager. This doesn't appear to be a bandit or an undead or anything. This looks like a normal villager of the town.
As I
I'll
fire
just
it, I
shoot.
just say, sorry.
I'll just shoot you a reassuring, empathetic nod, realizing what happened.
I just put my head down and carry on.
Yes. You guys now move around the area where the danger of lots of troops and chaos and carnage is going on, and you begin to do this final stretch. Ahead of you now, you can see this school. It's a relatively large building. You might expect it to be anything other than a school. It could be a small church or something like that. The structure is somewhat kind of Gothic in style. A simple looking thing with a pointed roof that runs back and away from the entranceway. There's a gate which lies open, and then a small low wall with a decently well kept grounds in front of it, and a row of small trees that lead to an opening. In the daytime, it wouldn't necessarily look anything other than inviting, but at the moment, during all of this chaos with the fires of the town and the moonlight casting down on it, it seems to be odd and eerily alone as you approach it. You wanted to do what as you approached, each of you? You're not really within 30 feet yet, Merlin, so I'll just warn you when you are.
I'm just following just whatever Fix is doing. I'm just kind of taking their lead.
Yeah.
I'd like to take note of how many entrances we can see visible in this building.
Right now, one big double door entranceway, lots of big windows, several of them sort of barred over though.
Okay. Are any of these windows close enough to the ground to be climbed through or used as an emergency entrance?
Roll me a
Or exit?
D20. And an investigation check.
And an investigation. 11 on the investigation. 7-11.
7-11. The building looks the second floor windows are more easily accessible. The ground floor windows are all kind of barred over with those square iron wrought bars around them to prevent anybody from breaking in. It would be relatively difficult to do. You could maybe move around the sides of the building and try and find another entranceway, but there is a very large double door that leads into it. The area in the grounds at the front here, quite open plan. You can see there isn't really anything here besides the trees and then these two grounds. You can also see that there are a few toys, like children's toys, so simple looking things that you might find outside, and sort of very simple looking iron and wooden slide out the front, which kind of gives you more of an idea that this is a school. But in terms of entrances, there's only this sort of main set of doors, or the second floor or the first floor, depending on where you live in the world, windows, which run around the top. The lower floor, all barred.
Yeah, I will send Vita out to see if we can see through any of the windows on the upper floor. And then does the door look, is it just closed? Does it look like it's been forcibly opened?
Give me another investigation check.
14.
The door... It doesn't look like it's been forcibly opened, but you can see that it is open. The two doors as the double doors stand, one of them is fairly open, not even open enough to be able to see through, but open enough that it's just ajar from the other one. You can see the faintest light coming through as if there's lights on inside. Although the front windows are darkened, both floors, from the distance when you were coming at it from the other side of town, you could see that the back end of the building was lit internally, some sort of fire or lamps.
Yeah, in which case, I would send Vita through the front door then if there's a small gap, and have a little look inside, see if we see anyone.
Give me perception checks, everyone, and then give me one with Vita as well. I wanted to add one for Vita onto the sheet for you, but I will try and remember.
We see everything.
Holy crap.
Everything.
Got our eyeballs on today.
It takes a moment as you begin to... you see Merlin maybe beginning to incant something as if he's going to approach the building and cast one of his spells, detect magic or something like that. I think I'll probably give you the benefit of the doubt, Merlin, that you see before or hear before you cast the spell. The next thing that happens, you begin to send Vita forward. Instantly, Vita senses two people nearby with that additional immediate feedback, as if Vita had spotted them 1 second before you did. You recognize that there are two figures as well. Fire and Will, you suddenly realize that there are two people standing on the roof of this building. There are two shadow elves that are standing atop either side of the doorway leading up to two parts of the building that come forward on either side, two wings, I guess, to the building. And in the darkness against these kind of dark tiles on the roof, clad in dark clothing, very similar to what probably you are wearing, Fire, you can see two of your kin. In terms of their faces and their features underneath these hoods, they might as well be clones. They look exactly the same. Two young women, these shadow elves, and one of them shouts down to you and moves at this moment as you're about to do these things, and you hear her shout down, "Sister!"
Do I recognize them?
Roll me a d20, because this would just be chance, I think.
You
do not. You can roll me a history check with disadvantage.
Yeah,
because they're a little
let's
famous.
Try that. Oh my god.
3. No idea who they are. They look down at you, and they don't seem to know who you are either.
I'll try to keep my head down a little bit so they can't see me too well. And I'm just gonna say, I have no sisters.
They look to each other at the exact same time. A smile across their faces. You can see I guess you don't know them, but you can see that they are moving almost exactly in tune. They turn back to you and say, "Leave now. This is no place for you. Go back to the fight."
What's going on here?
None of your business unless you've got the coin.
I'll just slowly turn and look at Will. Because what I really want to do is take off running towards them. And I'm consciously not doing that.
Will just look back at you, and then I suppose it would be optimistic to assume these are friends of yours.
Friends of mine. Why don't you come down here so we're on equal ground and we can talk?
Can you appear behind them and push them off?
Give me a
I'd like to see that again.
persuasion check. Unless you're lying, do you actually want to speak to them, or are you just trying to get them closer to you?
I definitely said let's talk, but it was probably pretty clear that I'm like, get down here so I can fuck you up. Probably.
So give me a performance check.
Okay. Yep.
7. It was very clear. Probably. The one says to the other, "Nasala, should we go down?" The other one says, "Oh, come on, Averia. They just want us to walk into their little trap."
There's no trap here.
"Oh, there's a trap here. Not for us."
Inside or out?
"Inside. But you're... that one's too old." "Yeah, that one's too old."
I'm assuming they're looking at Vix.
Yeah.
What are you here to do?
"Work? What are you here to do?"
Can you be more specific?
They speak in tandem, one than the other. "We were hired to do a job."
So was I.
Have you had fun wasting our time?
"No, this is boring."
Great. Then
Yes,
maybe you could
yes,
stand back
darling.
and let us do what we're trying to do.
What are you saying, Nasala? Should we stand back? Maybe if they've got the money. "Okay, we'll do it. 200, 300, 400, 500 gold."
Done.
Wait, no, I mean, well, before we propose giving some money to them, how about I charm one of them and convince the other one not to push through with this, that they just simply back off. Did we want to try?
Fire, roll me a
Fire will know them.
nature check with advantage.
Fire will know them better than anyone. And if I know Fire, I know she loves money.
I mean, it's worth a try.
Really hard to
16.
charm an elf.
Oh, is it? Wait, is that? Oh, I have to roll
No,
nature?
Fire's knowledge.
I'll just go. Yeah, let's not do that.
Will they want payment now? Well, judging by you, I'm sure they can wait for a few weeks.
Months even, probably. Years, maybe.
Who's paying you, elf? To whichever one spoke last.
A wizard.
Orias?
Oh, you know him. Wait, are you working for him? He's working.
Yeah,
Other.
that's why I'm confused.
Are you with the other group?
Which other group?
We report to Massimo.
There's no way you report to Massimo. We would know if you did.
Oh, would you?
Would we? Give me a deception check. Fire.
Oh my god. 777.
They say, yeah, I think we would know. Okay? So, pay up or go away.
Oh, yeah,
It's
Arias
fine.
tells
I
you
can
everything,
tell-
does he?
I can tell Arias what you're doing. Trying to stop us from doing the job that he hired us to do.
Well, we're just doing the job that he hired us to do. Stand here. Don't let anybody through.
He didn't mention me.
Who are you?
I'm just gonna look at Fix in the middle of this conversation and say, he's getting away. They're stalling.
I know. We have no choice. We either kill them or we have to persuade them to stand down.
I don't care either way. You choose.
But if we kill them, we make a lot of noise, and he will know we're here.
Question is, can we kill them? They can just easily back up from up there and rain arrows on us.
Where are you from?
What kind of a question is that? What kind of a question is that? Look at us. Where do you think?
And you don't know me? I'll look
One
up
roll.
at them.
2 rolls. Ooh. The one on the left says Everia, come on. They're wasting our time. And then the other one says, hold on, Nasala. Wait a second. You're the freak with the hair.
That's me.
The fire bomb. Firebomb?
Close enough.
Come
Does
work
them
with
knowing
us.
you a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't really know yet.
I'm sure we're paying more than the knight or the little gnome or the freak.
Freak.
The aberration.
Let me at them.
You'll pay me? Because what Arias has offered me is probably more than you have access to.
Oh, what did he offer you?
It's none of your business.
I'm guessing yada 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 change the world.
He didn't offer you power as well?
Well, I mean, we're all gonna get power, I guess.
You guess?
Well, why wouldn't we? Yeah, we'd get some power, right? Of course we would.
It's fine. I'm sure if you do keep doing great work, you'll find out what we know, as long as you move up in the ranks.
Yeah.
Are you going to come down here and let us do what we need to do, or do I have to kill you as well?
You think you can? Oh, that's adorable.
Massimo
I'll do
would
this and like
disagree.
hold my hair out and show my little scar.
I'll chime in. You should see what she did to Massimo. He's not getting up from that.
Oh, Massimo. Oh, he was so disgusting. I hate him. Did you kill him? Please tell me you killed him.
I
I'll
did.
hold up his dagger.
Oh, nice. Good job. Well done.
You know, I wouldn't mind these two if they weren't wasting our time.
Yeah, you have 2 options: stand down or die.
Okay, Nisala, which one? Stand down or die? I think we should go with option number 3. What's option number 3, sister? We kill them, and then we'll pull the information from them, and then Arias will pay us double. Double sounds nice. That does sound nice, doesn't it? Maybe we'll kill you.
You see where those ships in the harbor are moored? I saw the rest of your group getting on board the ships. I'm assuming there's no other place for them to go. They're heading south to Gefrida, yes?
Why would they go
What
to
if I told
Gefrida?
you?
Why would they go to Gefrida?
Where else would you go up here in the northeast?
We just want a ship. Yeah, they just want a ship.
Right. And that's the only destination they're gonna reach other than sailing out into the mist like fools.
Oh my
So
God,
what if
they
I
don't know
told you-
anything. They don't know anything.
What
do
if
they?
I told you I'm on good
They're
terms
lying.
with Vega Greenwood of Gofreda? He's the richest man on the eastern seaboard. I'll wager he can match or beat Arias' offer easily.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. 22.
Hey, you know, that's probably true. Yeah, I mean, the old wizard's kind of a little crocked, wouldn't you say? Yeah, but come on. I mean, they're not going to pay up. Half now. Yeah, half now.
It's not like I carry it on me. But if you were to take word to Gofreda that bandits were coming and help prevent any danger from befalling Vega's merchandise, I'm sure he'd be more than willing to part with a lot of gold. It's a business investment after all.
What do you say, sister? Gold and a new tree. Or gold and more gold. Gold. I'm gonna roll 2 dice. 14 and a 19 plus 2, 21 and a 16. They say, okay, all right, here's what we do. One of you goes in and the rest of you stay outside. And then when your friend comes back out, we all steal a boat and go to Gofreda.
Are they bullshitting?
Give me an insight check.
I would also like to insight this and see
Give
if they're
me-
messing with
Oh my
with
god.
the offer.
Give me an insight check with advantage instead. So roll again.
Okay, I was gonna say they're really throwing me off, you know? Really?
I got a 14.
Oh.
Irrelevant. There's a
There we
natural 21 there. No, they appear to be telling the truth. They kind of think you're working for Arias, but they also don't trust anything you're saying. So it's
Yeah.
What I said is true. The thing is, I don't know if Vega would honor an agreement that I made here, but I do know a man with a lot of money.
Let's just not mention that part.
Yeah, let's not tell them that, but anyone going in there alone will end up confronted by Arias. That's a death sentence.
Not necessarily. I'll hold up my hand and there's probably still some little faint black veininess from...
Right, and if you were alone, you'd have been dead.
Could be. How about we all go in and you do whatever you feel like doing, and I'm gonna start walking towards it.
no. We're not going in. No way.
Are you gonna come down here and stop me from entering?
Are you the only one going in to deliver whatever it is that you're delivering?
No, that's not the job.
I'm
Really?
just gonna impatiently shove past and just walk straight to the doors.
We had an
I'm gonna-
agreement. We had an agreement.
I don't care about your agreement.
Marlon, can you turn us invisible by any chance? Is that a spell you know?
No. Just myself.
I'm just trying to think of how we'd get past them.
We
I'm
don't
starting
need
to
to be
think we may not have a
invisible.
choice here.
The deal stands. It's up to you to claim it.
Yeah,
I'm going to do my job.
The deal is for one of you to go in.
You're not making the deal, and I'll just keep walking. I haven't stopped walking towards the building.
Okay, all right.
I'll just kind of shrug and hold my hands out to the side and say, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but if you want to do business later, come find me. And then I'll walk up to join the rest of the party.
Okay, here's what we do. Yeah? Take that one hostage and then we'll take him to Vega and Gofreda and ransom him off. Okay, great idea. And the two of them stand up and everyone can
Oh no.
begin to roll me initiative. As I
was
try and
gonna
bring-
wait right outside.
You're gonna go for it.
Yeah.
Let's bring you over to the map here, and you have this in front of you. I will have to be just gonna have to look like this for the moment. Those of you watching on the screen. So let me bring up this turn order for y'all, and then I'm gonna roll for these two. Now these two go on the same turn order, and it's not the usual bullshit. It's just that's what they do. So
I didn't realize that the orphanage here was like the Xavier School for Gifted Children.
cool map.
Yeah, apparently not.
Huge.
It's a cool map, all right. Couldn't help myself.
It is a very cool map.
All right, let's roll for
It is very
4.
cool.
Okay, so on the turn order, we have Vita first. Oh, wait, doesn't Vita go on the same as you?
They got their own initiative.
Oh, they do? Okay. Yeah, so as you guys begin to approach the school here, you see these two drows stand up. They stretch a little bit, and then they each crack their knuckles, neither of them drawing a weapon of any kind. They begin to just kind of stretch their bodies a little, and you guys begin to shove past whomever to begin moving forward. What do you guys do? It is Vita first.
I know this was just pure random chance, but I'd like to point out that the two twins acting in tandem rolled the exact same initiative.
No, they get the same initiative.
Oh, that's just predetermined. Oh, that's even better.
Vita's gonna take max movement, 30 foot in this direction, and they're gonna hide behind this tree for now.
Okay.
That's it.
Then it's you, Fix.
I'm going to hex the upper one, the left side one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hex them for strength, and then I'm gonna Eldritch Blast. Because I think I can just about hit them, because I think that's 120. Yeah, 120 foot.
120 foot. They're also 40 foot up.
Oh.
But it's
All right,
still
I move forward
120
then.
foot in a straight line, right? So you're
Yeah.
good.
I move near this tree here, near Vita, and yeah, Eldritch Blast. So 12.
A 12 is a miss. You fire off an Eldritch Blast, and as you do so, suddenly this drow on the roof above you is in motion. She moves extremely quickly. There's a blink of the eye, and suddenly she is doing a sort of acrobatic maneuver out of the way of your move. She stops moving so quickly that her hood falls down and her hair rushes out loosely. You can see that the other drow is watching you intently, but then glances over towards Will and licks her lips. You want to do anything else, Fix?
I'm gonna step behind this tree. Hopefully line of sight. And end my turn.
Okay. Fire, your turn.
I am going to going to move here to try and get some cover behind this tree, maybe if I can.
Mm-hmm.
And just take a shot at this one. Sharpshooter.
Ooh. Yes. Everyone is level 4 now. In the week, they leveled up to level 4.
Oh my god. I quit.
A 6. So sharpshooter. What is sharpshooter? Read it out, because people will probably want to know.
Sharpshooter. Attacking at long range doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged weapon attack rolls. Your ranged weapon attacks ignore half cover and 3/4 cover. Before you make an attack with a ranged weapon that you are proficient with, you can choose to take a -5 penalty to the attack roll. If the attack hits, you add +10 to the attack's damage.
Nice.
So it's just gambling.
Gambling.
But worth it if it works.
Yeah. But you didn't.
I'm just gonna say, the elders were wrong.
Yeah, an arrow launches up above them, and they look down at you with a smile on their faces, bringing us to Will.
I will use the same tree for cover that fires behind and move here. Is this is this tree wide enough to use the trunk of it for cover or no?
Yeah, you can have quarter cover under it probably.
Okay, yeah. I will move right here and I will just take the dodge action and kind of look at fire and say, I can't reach them. And end my turn.
Okay. Avaria. I'm gonna make a. You know what? I'm gonna roll it. Oh no, I'm gonna roll it here. Ooh. Let's see here. So the first thing that the drow on the southern wing of the building does is take a few steps forward and then step off the edge of the building. She walks forward and then glides slowly to the ground. As she hits the ground, she will... She's suddenly in motion, I think is what happens. She walks a few steps as you guys are moving into position. As she's gliding to the ground, as soon as her boots hit the grass, she is moving. Let's see here. She can get to here. Yes. She runs so quickly, it's almost like a blur. She moves around the area where this slide is, and Will, you're tracking her movements as she's running before she pretty much Nani appears in front of you. She stands there and then she brings up kind of a boxing stance and begins to jump on her feet or move on her feet lightly. She looks at you and says, you don't look like you're worth much money, but I guess we'll find out. And Nisala does the exact same thing. The other drow moves off the edge of the building here, steps to the ground, and then, like a blur, let's see here, she will move not to where... Oh, actually, I need to roll for her. 1 second. Yep. Okay. In fact, I'll put her behind this tree. Since she sees you taking cover, you see her move, and then suddenly she's got her back to the tree. You see her pulling some gloves down over her hands so that they're tight, and she stretches these kind of leather gloves over her hands. There's a creak from behind the tree as she does so. And that'll be the end of it for them, bringing us to Merlin.
Okay, seeing that Fire and Will have got their hands full with Avaria, I think I'm going to use Hold Person on Nisala.
Okay.
Don't worry, guys, I'm getting it right this time.
Okay. Here we go.
See what it is. Okay, you got 60 feet. You need to be within 60 feet. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Are you going with this
I'll
one or
just
this one? Sorry, you're going for this one, right?
Nisala, yeah. I'll just move a little closer then to Nisala, within range.
All right. So a wisdom saving throw from...
Better not make this roll, I swear.
Let me see here. Bing. What do we got? 21.
Are you kidding
You know
me,
what?
man?
You know
God.
what?
I'm so sorry.
I hate you.
I'm rolling
Should've
on
hacked
the
the wisdom-
screen
oh,
because I
never
know you
I'm so
people
sorry,
won't
he
believe.
says through a smirk.
Oh,
I just, you know, what am I gonna do? You know, what am I gonna do with a roll like that?
Yeah. We had such a cool hero episode last time, Brad. Just can we go back to that, please?
Well, you could have paid them 500 gold.
Okay.
I was gonna wait outside.
We'll wait outside. So, how does this spell look when you cast it?
Okay, well, I guess it looks like he's molding an invisible, like, well, I guess it looks like he's molding invisible dough in his hands, and he's just looking at Nisala, looking very concentrated, but he then just lets out, I can't do it.
She realizes something's happening. You see, like, the side of her face appear around this tree. She looks straight at you, Merlin, as you're casting this spell. Her eyes wide, they glisten in the moonlight, and she says, we've got a wizard! And the other one, kind of dancing in front of you, Will, doesn't take her eyes off of you, but you can see that she kind of recognizes that the sister has spoken. Vita's turn.
This is hard. Yeah, Vita's gonna move 30 foot again to the other side of this tree, and
What the hell is even that? This thing, it's in ash form, right, Vita, at the moment? Yep. This thing is moving around the tree, and I think Nisala spots it.
And it will use its action to transform into the fire form.
Yes, there's a sudden sort of burst of flame as this ashy, smoky nothingness ignites the sort of burning wood effect of Vita with these wooden wings, these arms that are separate from a body, appears and lights the area. Suddenly you see Nisala blink as it ignites. She reacts as if, she's under attack at first almost, but then nothing happens, and she's watching as Vita approaches. And is that the end of Vita's turn?
That is.
I will not lie, I can't remember anything that Vita can do, so...
Same. It's the first time they've been used in combat, wow.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay, then it's your turn, Fix.
Okay. If I move, let's see. I move here. Will I get a line of sight to the other sister? Or is it obscured behind the tree?
Yeah, no, I'd say that's line of sight.
Okay, yeah. Seeing everyone converge on that sister, then I will aim an Eldritch Blast at them.
Okay, give me the attack roll.
18.
18 is a hit.
13 damage.
Let me just double check one thing. Yeah, okay. I think the Eldritch Blast is launched. The leaves on the ground kind of part as the force is pushed towards this shadow elf, this drow. She's dancing in front of Will. When she sees it coming, you see her blink twice in rapid succession, Will. The Eldritch Blast hits a wall of force that you can't see in front of her. Something strange happens, Will. In that moment, the twin, though identical, with her hood up in front of you dancing, suddenly her hair is down, the hood down, and she spins on you as the two switch places with each other in that second. And the other one turns around, gloves up, the bare knuckle boxer previously now suddenly appearing in the spot where the other one was. This one dancing in place, standing in front of you, is looking at you. She smiles a little bit and says, "A little early, don't you think?" Fix. Still your turn.
Wow. What the fuck just happened? Yeah, I'm gonna step back behind this tree.
Okay. Fire, your turn.
I am probably smirking because I'm like a little bit scared, but also very impressed and just like, what the fuck is going on? I'm just gonna kind of shake my head and then I'll move. Next, I'll go past the side of Will and get behind this one here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna dagger
Yeehaw.
Dagger. Yeah,
and
give me
it's
the
sneak attack.
attack
Wait,
roll.
oops.
Remember, the second one doesn't have your proficiency on the attack roll.
Boop.
Give me 2 attack rolls first.
Boop.
And then your proficiency is still 2, right?
Let
Let me double check on your sheets. Yes, it is. So the first one is a 14. The second one is a 13. The 14 hits.
Okay.
And this one is the hexed one. So this one is strength hexed.
This is the hex one. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me put some stuff on them. That symbol means hexed now. And then this symbol means shield now. So there we go. So
Brad,
with,
I could be mistaken, and you might want to double check this, but I think she still gets proficiency with her offhand attack. It's the damage roll she doesn't get the bonus to.
is that what it is?
I'm fairly certain that's how it works.
If you're certain, I'm certain. Well, I guess I can just look up dual weapon fighting feat.
Yeah, I would just double check. I haven't
Dual
done a
weapon
dual
fighting.
wielder in a while, but I think she still gets that.
I thought it was the other way around, but maybe you're right.
Whichever way benefits me more, can that be the right way? Thanks.
The extra attack you get with your extra weapon uses up your bonus action. This is important since it means whenever you gain the extra attack, blah blah blah, you only ever get the bonus action. Offhand attacks don't add the modifier. Second hit is going to be quite a bit weaker. Your first attack is normal. Yeah, maybe it is just modified to damage then. Anyone in chat? A genius? Usually there are geniuses in chat.
Noodle says that's correct.
You're correct, yeah? That's correct. I know because I get it wrong every single time. Okay. So it's a 15, so it does hit, but you don't add the damage modifier, which is your dex modifier to it. So you can roll another one and minus your dex damage off of it. So that will be
-5.
-5. Yeah. So what is that in total?
Is the sneak -5 also? The sneak attack?
You can't sneak attack twice in one turn.
Oh, it's just checked. Okay, it's just still checked. Duh.
Yeah.
Okay, so 9,
And
12.
also, I don't
17?
think you add your bonus to sneak attack anyway. So 17, yeah.
I believe so, unless somebody in chat's gonna yell at me and say I'm wrong at math.
It's 15. If I'm not
15.
He wasn't even in chat.
Wasn't even in chat. I should have
Sorry,
known.
I'm-
You know,
I'm yelling at
anytime
you.
there's
It's
math, I'm just
15.
gonna let you do it. I can't
Alright.
perform under pressure. Okay.
So
I'll shut up.
you
Don't, please don't.
you run around one side while this sister gets her bearings. You appear behind her with these 2 daggers, and what do you do to inflict damage?
Oh man. I'm gonna first lean in awkwardly close behind and say, "It's a shame I have to kill you. I think you could have made a great addition to this group." And I'm just gonna just kidney.
Kidney. The drow in front of you takes this damage and kind of hisses at you, turning back and says, "Ow! Do you know how much that stings?" She sees the 2 of you now and kind of maneuvers around, pulling a different stance with being flanked from both sides. You end your turn.
Yes.
Okay. Will.
Okay, so first of all, Brad, when they jumped off the roof, you said they floated lightly to the ground.
Yes.
Did I see any kind of like spell casting going on, or was that just like natural? Do they have wings? Magic boots? Could I perceive anything about how they're doing that?
Give me an Arcana check.
Arcana, my specialty. A 7.
A 7. You did not perceive any magic.
Okay, elves can just fly now. Will believes
They fly now?
It's just elf things.
I can fly.
And then secondly, she also blocked a Eldritch Blast. Did she incant anything? Was there like a verbal component to a spell there, or was that just like
Give me
Can I perceive anything about how they were doing that? I'm trying to
another
figure out what
Arcana
they're up
check.
to. Another Arcana check. My specialty, a 2.
You have no idea what happened.
Okay, all right. Will stop trying to figure out how magic works and go back to hitting things with sword. Yeah, I think he just kind of vaguely acknowledges, oh, they swapped places. That's cute. And then just swings at the one that's in front of him. But it's not a normal swing. This is a new ability we picked up this level. Booming Blade
Okay.
is the spell.
Yes. Remind me what it does.
Booming Blade is a regular weapon attack. However, upon contact, the target, if they move after that, they take thunder damage. So it's kind of a stay put spell. And as far as how it looks, well, the group already saw him use Thunderous Smite at one point to, like, lightning crack the cave in. It's a lightweight version of that. It's just a very toned down Thunderous Smite. So I'm going to swing at her with a 15.
A 15 is a hit.
And there's the effect of the spell, if anyone wants to read it on the screen. And there you go. So she will take 11 slashing damage from a juicy max damage roll. And if she moves, she takes more damage. And I feel like they could probably tell. I don't know if they're aware of that. I don't know if the enemy's aware of that or not. But yeah, there you go.
Okay. First of all, we come to Averia at the top here, as there's a fight going on down at the bottom here. This other twin kind of being cut up from these two daggers. Then a slice from this this sword. There's also some sort of additional thing going on. The other twin will spy the wizard, and let's see if she can. In fact, can she be even more? Yes. Suddenly, Merlin, this elf is moving towards you at great speed. Then they are behind you, and I think at that point you realize that the elf has already punched you twice. After she appears behind you, you recognize that 2 hits struck you. Let's see, versus your AC. A 7 and then a natural 20.
God,
Oh, boy.
okay. Yeah, that natural 20's gonna hit me.
Yeah. You take 11, 19, 27. Is that right?
Oh, God.
Excuse me, 27?
27 damage.
I'm down.
I think what happens here is one of these elves, you see this blur moving across the open grounds at the front of this school, and then there is a kind of a moment before she appears behind Merlin, and then Merlin, a split second later, falls to the ground, but his head moving around as if he's being just like one punch knocked out. Merlin, you strike the ground and roll over. There's this small body of Merlin, and the elf looks up towards you, Fix, and says, "Oh, come on, always protect the wizard." And she begins to bounce up and down. You hear the other twin, who's just been sliced up, say, "That's what we're doing. Oh, you mean that one. Good job." And that brings us to the other one's turn.
Poor Merlin.
Let's see. I think I can do some funky shit here.
No, don't.
Don't do anything funky.
I want to do some funky shit.
We know what happens when Brad gets funky.
Oh, okay. All right, I can't do any funky shit. All right. I think probably at this point there's a sudden low kick coming in at you, Fire, and then a punch coming up towards you, Will. 1 on Fire on an 18, 2 on a 10 against Will.
It's
A hit
That
on
will
Fire,
not
and
hit.
then probably does hit you, but it hits some sort of padded, armored area, something that you can feel the force, that they're relatively strong, but it doesn't do any sort of damage to you. Fire, however, there is a blur of movement before you feel the shin of this drow strike you. You can feel that this kick, as it hits you, it deals the amount of damage that you would feel from a kick strike you, and then a split second later there's almost an after effect as you're struck by an additional bit of damage. The kick is perfect as it cracks you in the side, and you're kind of stumbling one way. You take 7 bludgeoning and 5 force damage from the kick. She then spins around, strikes at you, Will, and you feel it strike the armor maybe wearing on your chest as she you hear like a ding, and she says,
I will snort in retaliation.
she shakes her hand and says, "Ow, I hate knights." And I think, yes, that will be the end of her turn. Merlin, give me a death saving throw, please.
Just out of curiosity, I have something called shield, but it's only against like magic. It's a reaction to magic, but it's a magic weapon, so I don't know if that counts.
Let's see. So you have the spell shield?
Yeah, I have the spell shield, but I wasn't
see
really
here.
too sure since it's magic weapon.
No,
But either
so
way, we're
the
already
way
here.
yeah, the way this works, when you get hit by any attack, you can cast shield as a reaction. As long as you haven't used your reaction for something else, you have 1 reaction per turn. And you can cast shield and it will activate, and it's basically like a +5 to your AC as soon as you take damage. I wonder if this would have worked against a natural 20. I don't think so. Does shield work
No,
against a
probably
natural
not.
20, or does it just come down to numbers at that point? This was still a 24,
Yeah.
so I don't think it would have worked anyway. But just so you know, that's how that works. It's just a thing that you can instantly cast upon being struck by any attack. It doesn't have to be a magic attack. It could be an arrow or a punch or anything.
Got it. That's a 6 on the death save.
6, that is a fail. Mark 1 fail there. You hear the elf looking down at Merlin say, "Oh, he doesn't look too good." And
Yeah.
it is Vita's turn.
Vita will dash straight over here. And that's the end of their turn.
Okay, your turn.
I'm going to cast a reflavored dissonant whispers.
Yes.
Soul gaze. So they need to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Wisdom save. A 14.
That makes it, I think. Well, same 14.
Makes it, breaks it, yes.
Yeah. So they'll take half damage.
What is it?
rolling
3d6
3d6.
psychic damage.
15.
I assume you're
halved.
targeting the one by Merlin, right?
Yes. I was trying to get him away from Merlin because they would have had to run away if they'd failed.
15 halved is 7. What is this? We haven't seen this yet. What do you do? How does it appear? How does it sound? What's the effect?
I make a quick whistle sound and sort of command their gaze, and as they look into my eyes, they kind of get a glimpse of the demonic chaos within, which is supposedly horrifying.
Okay, let's see if she can work it out. Oh, she can work it out, all right. You see these elves both react to it as you cast this spell, this horrible dissonant whispers thing. You see that they both seem to react at the same time. The one that's fighting with the other two shakes her head, and the one that was looking down at Merlin looks up at you, makes the eye contact, and she also reacts to it. She says, "Ah, I hate you people too." Looking at you, Fix, when she says it. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'll just look back at her and get away from the wizard. And just glower at her, and then end my turn.
Let me roll a dice. Okay, and then Fire, your turn.
Okay, I have a question about Skirmisher.
Yes.
It says you can move up to half your speed as a reaction when an enemy ends its turn within 5 feet of you. But is that if they enter? Like, do they have to have entered the 5 feet and end there? Or is it any time they end their turn and they happen to be within 5 feet of me?
You can move up to half your speed as a reaction, so it's any time when an enemy ends its turn within 5 feet of you. So if when an enemy ends its turn within 5 feet of you, so it's just whenever, basically at the end of this next elf's turn, you would be able to do it.
Okay. I just didn't know if they had to enter the 5 feet and then...
No, it's nothing to do
there.
with their movement. It's just when their turn ends, you can react on their turn to move out of the way, and it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Is that correct? Am I reading that correct? That looks like it makes sense to me.
I believe that is correct, yeah.
That sounds correct. I just didn't know. I wasn't sure, and I wanted to make sure I had it right before I did anything.
All good. I have no idea what it is either, so...
Okay. I'm going to... Can I just lean to the side and try to make eye contact with Will and just say, we have to get to Merlin?
Will just nod, and then he'll just respond and say, "You do it." As Will is clearly set into a fighting stance and does not want to disengage his target.
Yeah. You see Fire kind of begrudgingly, like, okay. And I will disengage. Let me measure out my... I can get here. Oops. And then I know we had potions, but I don't remember who had what. Do we remember?
I think everyone had one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one in my inventory, but I wasn't sure if I just
in
forgot
total,
to
how many do you have as a group? Who has what?
I've got one.
We have one each.
Merlin
total,
made one, and you had one each before that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I had given one to Fix and one to Fire. Merlin made his own, so we each have one.
Okay. I'm going to shove my potion down Merlin's gullet.
Okay. Merlin, again, you wake up as someone is force feeding you a potion, one of Merit's potions, I assume this time. So maybe it has a minty taste
Weird
to it.
aftertaste.
Yeah, I'm thinking
minty. Okay, not weird. Okay,
it
minty.
probably tastes like Listerine.
No.
You can roll me 2d4 plus 2.
At least I have minty fresh breath. Okay, 2d plus 4.
2d4 plus 2. That is 5. Oh, 7? Oh yeah, 7. You wake up. Fire is force feeding you this drink. There is a shadow elf that seems to be recovering from some sort of attack from elsewhere. You are currently like on your back, or you're prone. It takes half of your movement to stand up on your turn. But as it stands, you are back. And
Thank you.
alive and off of death saves. Fire, it's still your turn.
I will just look over at Averia and just say, don't fucking touch him.
Is your hair really like that?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Will, it is your turn. Also, by the way, I have a homebrew rule that whenever someone says Jesus Christ, everything is being translated to what English, to human real world speech. But actually, if you were to be there, it would sound nothing like. There's a translator on the screen that's translating everything you hear from whatever she just said to an exclamation that translates roughly to Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Sometimes in games, I just make up a character called Jesus Christ that was like an epic hero of past times, and everyone still does it sometimes. That was the rule in Lacrin, but I'm changing it this time to translator.
I thought you were going to say every time every time I say it, they ask about my fucking hair.
But feel free to say Jesus Christ. People say it all the time. And it is Will's turn. No, feel good.
I'll say Asmodeus next time. Asmodeus.
Holy Asmodeus, Batman.
Asmodeus, Schmodeus.
Seeing as 3 people are engaged with the other one, I'm gonna stay on my current target. Actually, watching them just like one punch Merlin, I think, has escalated the sense of urgency here. So Will is going to use Burning Aura, which is a charisma saving throw to everyone within 10 feet, friend and foe alike, or be scared. Since there's only one target, that is going to be a DC 13 charisma save from Nasala.
Does it count as a charm thing?
Let me read it carefully. I can put it on screen.
What's it called? Oh yeah.
Actually, I don't have it programmed into a card thing for me to put on screen yet, but I can just tell you.
Read it again, yeah.
Charisma save or become frightened. It doesn't say anything about charm. This is just pure intimidation.
Just fear. All right. Yeah, fair enough. So it's a charisma save, yeah?
Yes.
16.
Okay. She is not scared.
She is not scared. But does it look like anything? Do you do anything, or is it more just...
I think it would be similar to when Will uses Divine Sense. There is radiant fire in the eyes. Very clear that this is not just an average soldier. Like, there's some sort of magic going on there. And typically it would be intimidating, but I guess she's just above that.
Yeah, she does the thing that fire does, where she's just not impressed, and she pulls one of those faces. But she kind of cocks her head a little at you. The strange spell that you're casting or ability that you're using seems to be very, very interesting or foreign to her, at least. Yeah, is that your action?
Yes, that is my action for the turn. I'll end my turn.
Okay. Brings us to Averia, the one up at the top who's just punched Merlin. Let me see here. I will roll for her as well. Okay. I think she is going to... She looks about at everyone. She moves to between Merlin and Fire here. Fire, you see her do the same kind of maneuver that her sister did. She brings her knee up as she's moving forward towards you in this kind of boxer's stance. Suddenly her knee is blurring towards you with her first attack on a 14 against your AC.
Misses.
A miss. It misses you, but with advantage, she is going to try and kick Merlin on the ground, where she brings the kick around. She's bringing it down to try and just kick Merlin across the floor here. An advantage on a 21.
Yeah, I get kicked.
You want to get kicked?
I guess I do.
3.
Would your
2.
shield be enough to stop that?
Well, I don't know.
Well, no.
What is your AC?
My AC is 12.
12. Boom. You get
Rip.
spanked. You take 7 plus 3, 10 damage in total. which I guess is enough to knock you out again. She just does this kind of one of those kicks that Hwarang does, that a Taekwondo thing. It looks like the knee is coming up, but the true target really was to bring it back around. She hits Merlin, his head turning around, probably spits out a tooth as his head cracks against the ground again. She spins back around and says, "Okay, this time stay down," and looks at you, Fire.
Come on! He's basically a child.
I hate wizards.
Okay.
I'm being bullied.
Uh-huh.
Fight me,
Okay.
and I'll get in a stance with my daggers.
Yeah. The other one, looking at you, Will, is watching you move, watching the way that you take your stance, confused by the strange ability, and she says, "Okay, all right, you're just a man, and she's looking at all of your armored pieces, looking for holes in your defense with your sword and shield, and she's going to try and punch you, kick you, scratch you, whatever it takes, with 2 unarmed strikes. On an 11 and a 7, I'm guessing you're perfectly countering as she dung 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 dung. It's just hitting nothing but metal, and she shakes her gloved hands again.
Rather than try to dodge it, Will is actually just like turning into it, so she's hitting him square on in the chainmail.
She shouts over your shoulder, "Hey, you want to swap again?" Ow. Merlin, give me a death saving throw. 4 is a fail.
Yep.
Brings us to Vita.
Vita's going to spin round to the other side of Averia and take the help action, or like distract and take the help action.
Yes.
To help Fire.
Which will give Fire advantage on the next attack. Or does it give everyone advantage? Or is it just
I think
the
it gives
next one?
everyone. I don't think it doesn't. It says if your ally attacks the target before your next turn, the first attack roll is made with advantage, but it doesn't say there's a limit on how many allies.
Lend your aid to a creature's ability check or attack. Yeah, so you have to, I guess you have to designate it. So it'd be Fire's next attack, would
I
it?
believe it's just whichever ally attacks first.
Yeah, okay.
The next attack
The
will have
next
advantage.
attack. We'll go with that. But it is your
Can
turn.
Is there any visuals with the shield? Like, can I see the thing that they deflected? Can I see if it's still active?
You can give me an Arcana check.
21.
21. I don't see. Oh, there it is. It is not currently active. It was also only active on one of them at the time, which was this one, Averia. And it basically is the exact same spell as Merlin has. Shield.
Okay.
It lasts for 1 until the start of their next turn.
Okay. I'm going to move around here, and I'm going to Eldritch Blast the one Will is fighting.
Okay. That is burning. There's just fire spouting up from Merlin. He's like, he's got 2
Makes a
big
death save and
bruises on each cheek, and there's just fire appearing. He's in a weird death state. 24 is a hit.
That is 8 damage, and they take the hex damage, because that is the hexed one. So, 1d6 necrotic, 3 necrotic.
3 necrotic damage. The Eldritch Blast comes in. You see her kind of dodging and weaving. She attacks with Will, shouts at her sister, and then suddenly she's struck backwards, Will. You see her kind of stumble backwards, and she coughs up a bunch of blood. You can see that this Eldritch Blast, this invisible force damage struck her somewhere. She has blood running down her chin as she looks up at you and says, "Ow, ow, ow. Okay, a little help." And I guess Fire, since you're looking straight into the other sister's eyes, you will see that blood just starts running out from one corner of her mouth as well. And she says, "Ow!" Looking over. Then...
and then I'm going to move forward in my last movement.
Okay.
And that's it.
Yeah, Fire, your turn.
I will look at Fix and just say, "Can you help him this time?"
Yes, just stab.
And I will indeed stab. Vita's a friendly, right?
Yeah.
He's giving you advantage.
Yeah,
You
he's
took the
got.
help
You
action.
also get advantage
he's
on the
helping.
first stab,
Yeah, so I get advantage and sneak attack. Do I get advantage on both? Or
You get advantage on the first one, not the
And
second
then-
one.
Okay. So 17 and 14.
Both hits.
Ooh. Is she facing me?
She is facing you, yes.
Okay. I'll just say, oh, you don't look so good. And then I will do 1 dagger into the belly. Did you say both hit?
Both hit, yes.
Okay, I'll do 1 dagger into kind of the side of the belly. And I'll just lean in and say, you two can give up at any time, just say the word. And I'll wait a beat for a response.
There is no response. You see her kind of through gritted teeth want to speak, but she doesn't.
And I'll do the next one. Try to get it up under the ribs. Ooh.
So in total, that is... you take the 5 off of the second attack, so... what is that? A 4?
14.
You rolled a
14.
4 and 14. Yes. Yeah, these 2 daggers stab this this drow who says, after you finish stabbing, she says, you know, I took that for you, sister. And she, you see blood running down her chin. She's got all of these wounds. She continues to move in a way, but you can tell that both of these sisters are worn down now.
Oh, to everyone screaming in chat, only 1 sneak attack per round, so take that sneak attack off.
You still get the 1 sneak attack. You only put 1
Like-
on there.
I only see 1.
Yeah,
While they're
okay.
screaming at me.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh no, somebody asked if we
Oh.
can add sneak attack to the
Yeah,
second one.
you got 1 sneak
Oh.
attack, which was a 3. You got 7 piercing damage from the first dagger, and then you got 4 on the roll. If I hover over it, you can see it on the chat window as well.
Can I also say that my last sneak attack was also 3? I just want to... Can I just do better?
Apply yourself next time.
I'm trying!
All right, Will,
You're
your
just so
turn.
hot!
I am going to attack again with Booming Blade. Do a little touch the side of the sword for a second, get a little electricity charged up in this thing like a capacitor, and swing for the fences. And get a critical failure.
Oh my god.
Roll me that d20, and I will
Oh boy, here
look
we go.
for my...
This is where it's like, you fling the sword,
Oh,
it
it's gonna be
misses, it
absolutely-
impales Merlin.
could be bad.
God!
14.
A 14 is you go to swing this sword. The drow, which was looking very lazy, suddenly you see a sharpness in her eyes. She dips down, grabs at your wrist, and pushes the sword up, leaving you open for a free unarmed strike against you. On a 14, I'm gonna guess she strikes out.
Yeah, no, that's just gonna hit the chainmail again and hurt her fingers.
Yes.
And I will again snort in retaliation.
Yeah,
Just,
you move out of the way, and she shakes her fist again. Ow.
You're wasting your time, Elf.
Maybe. Okay. All right. So there's got chainmail there. What about it? And she's just kind of like going
I
through
will-
different ways of dealing with all of the bullshit that you're wearing.
She didn't disarm me though, right? I still
No.
have my sword?
She just you leave yourself open for an attack as well.
Okay, then I will end my turn there.
Yeah. Averia looking around. Let's see if she can do anything crazy. I don't think so. So it's just going to be 2 attacks on you, Fire. 1 and then 2, a 16 and a 14.
Okay, the The first one is a hit, but I would like to say that after I attacked on my last turn, I probably would have tried to make eye contact with Fix because I look very not okay.
Okay. Are you about to look very, very not okay as you take 10 bludgeoning damage and 4 force damage?
I fall down.
Yes, there's an uppercut that comes in. You stab her, but you leave yourself in a weird position. She kind of spins away from your daggers, and a side uppercut cracks the underside of Fire's jaw. She kind of leans backwards for a moment. Fix, you see as Fire falls backwards, and you are also KO. The Drow kind of turns, eyeing up Vita, distracted by the fire still, but she's looking over towards you. You can see she's all beaten up. You can see the other one's looking beaten up. But Fire and Merlin are currently down, and the other one is looking at you, Will, as she begins another couple of assaults. I guess she's just going to try the same thing. 2 strikes on you. On an 8 and a 12, she's just dung, 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 dung. You're just dodging and weaving, and she says, "Who trained you?"
Halsin III of Guardia. Who trained you? A child?
I guess so, huh? The 2 sisters' turns are over. Merlin, it is your turn. Roll me a death saving throw, please. Oh, Merlin on the natural 20. Also, Disby on the second natural 20, I think, of the game, or third of waking back up from being KO when you did it with the...
Oh my god.
You are on 1 HP. You are prone. You are laying down. Roll me... Do you want to play dead?
Play dead? I don't think they're gonna fall for something like that,
No,
would
that's
they?
why I'm asking if you want to play dead or not.
Well, I mean, if I do manage to get up, I'd like to push the one in front
You don't
of...
get a turn. You just wake up,
Oh.
and that's the end of your turn.
Oh, really? Not even a bonus action?
You got nothing. The end of your turn is the death save.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna play dead.
Give me a performance check.
Oh no, I knew you were gone.
As you wake up, you see that this elf is
Come
very
on.
distracted by
Can
Fix
I,
and Vita.
You know, because I'm already on the ground, could advantage, you know?
All right, you can have advantage.
You didn't need it.
Didn't need it.
yourself.
It's an
Didn't
18.
even need it.
Merlin, you kind of
Quite the
wake
actor.
up. There is just you sort of come to. The world is spinning. Your head is killing you. Both sides of your head feel like a train has hit either side, one after the other. There's a feeling like one of your teeth is cracked inside your head. Your mouth is filled with blood. There is a moment before clarity where everything is a blur, and then you realize that standing above you is this kind of wounded looking drow monk figure. Vita flying around above them keeps them distracted, and they are looking straight across the top of you, presumably to Fix behind you. And you just kind of lay there still, like with your through kind of slitted eyes, just kind of pretending to remain unconscious. And that is Merlin's turn, bringing us to Vita.
Vita will use the claw attack on Averia.
Ooh, okay.
17.
17's a hit, yes. Let's see if this sheet works.
I don't know how to roll damage.
Click on the word
Just
attack
manually?
in the roll window. Yes.
3 slashing, 1 fire.
Yeah, suddenly there are claws that appear. They're burning claws from Vita as the drow seems more concerned with you. There is 3 lines that run down this drow's face as Averia realizes this paw, with flaming paw, scratches her face. 3 small lines with blood dripping out of them, and then a little bit of fire damage as she takes 3 slashing damage and 1 fire damage from the claws of Vita. She looks up and says, What the hell is that? She's kind of a little distracted by Vita still, but she's kind of got her eyes on you, Fix.
Yeah. Right. I Yeah, I'm gonna walk over to Fire and give him my healing potion.
Okay. You rush over to Fire's unconscious body, pop this vial, and pour the contents into Fire's mouth. Roll me 2d4 plus 2, Fire.
And as I'm doing it, I'm sort of like slapping her face a little bit, like, get up, get up, get up!
And you wake up. You also feel like your jaw is broken. It's not, but it feels like it. There is a horrible feeling. If you've ever been knocked to the bottom of your jaw and you clash your teeth together, it's a horrible thing that ricochets through your skull for a few minutes, and you've got that going on. But there's also a tiefling slapping you and pouring this very minty flavored drink into your mouth, and you recover 8 HP, and you also kind of wake up.
Thank you.
You remain prone for your turn, which I guess
So
is
just get out of the
now.
way.
Ow. I'm just gonna stand up and go, okay, fair. And I'm gonna try to dagger.
Dagger, dagger.
Dagger.
112.
I don't have advantage anymore, do I?
Nope. Can't think why you would. So you probably stand up, and you and this other drow are kind of both a little bit out of it. As you swing, she's still able to avoid them as she dances around your daggers before she takes another stance in front of you, kind of a drunken boxing stance at this point. But
Just give up already. Give up.
yeah, you give up. We're not done
No,
yet, right?
you.
Right. And yeah, they just fire it back at you, bringing us to Will, unless you want to move.
I'm just gonna stand here and be ready to kill this one.
Ready to kill.
My turn.
Yes.
Booming blade yet again.
Okay, on a 7.
Hey, at least it wasn't another nat 1. This time it was a
Sword
2 plus.
rushes forward. She, like with fire, dances one way, turning around the sword. She kind of stands. You see her stumble a little bit. She's not as sure-footed as they were right at the beginning when they were blitzing around the battlefield. But she stands there looking at you. All right. Okay, I still got it. Come on. What you got, knight? And she's just
Quit
looking
running,
at-
elf. Come back here and end this.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll end it. She's going to try and end it. These two from Nisala coming in on Will on an 18 and a 12.
So I'm deciding if I want that to hit or not.
The power of Fairlight Excalibur. He's like, I'm just deciding if I want to rewrite the rules by going back
yeah,
in
I'm
time.
just deciding whether she's allowed to hit me or not.
Fairlight can actually run counterclockwise around the world and
Yeah.
turn back time, Superman style, and change the rules of D&D.
Yeah, no, I mean, they hit pretty hard, so I think I'm not gonna I'm gonna reaction cast the shield spell that, you know, Merlin was thinking about using as well.
What's
So
the
when
shield popping
she finally gets a roll that would actually hit me, and it looks like she's got it open, and Will just like puts a hand up, and a yellow like magic shield pops out, and just conk her knuckles into that thing again.
Yeah. Dung. Ah. Oh, right. Okay. I see. You know
You're
that one
wasting
too.
your time, elf. Stand down.
Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. She looks upset, but she doesn't look like she's standing down. The other elf is going to try and strike, one coming in at Fire, one coming in at Fix. A kick and then a punch. The kick coming towards you, Fire, and then the punch coming in at Fix. A 9 and a 7, 2 misses as you probably read them. The kick going too low, you dodge out of the way, and then a punch towards you, Fix. You're maybe moving backwards, ready for, prepared for this after you'd given the potion to Fire, which brings us to Merlin, laying on the ground, playing dead. Everyone thinks he's
Alright,
KO.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna use half my action to get up now,
Yep.
brush off the dirt. His face, you probably can't really see that his eyes are even open because of how bloated up it is by how
All swollen,
beat
looking
up.
red.
Yeah, he's pretty beat up. He's then going to use Firebolt on Iveria.
This again is a ranged attack on a melee.
Oh, right, you're
thing,
right.
so you'll have
No,
disadvantage.
Okay. Oh, I just don't know if they would be affected by this. Burning Hands?
Burning Hands is pretty effective.
Elves don't like fire. I mean,
No, they don't.
Not
No
much
one
like
likes
fire, really.
Stop it.
okay, not.
Okay.
I did it again.
She's a bit of a bitch, to be fair.
Listen, I am.
I get it.
You
She's
know,
Sundari.
I'm charismatic.
So what do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna use Burning Hands on Iveria.
Burning Hands. Yes. Burning Hands is a. What have I got to do? A dex check, probably?
Hold on. I do believe it is. Let me see. Yes, dexterity saving throw.
A dexterity saving throw coming in. Coming at ya. Boom.
Can I
An
kind of like
18.
turn Merlin's
Oh.
shoulders so he like aims
Yeah.
it towards fire
No,
Vita
that-
as well, away
Yes.
from fire basically, because it's a cone.
Well, that's a make, so I guess it did have an effect.
I think it does half the damage, so you still.
Okay, half. Okay, so 3d6.
It's there. It's the 15.
Oh, okay.
So it rolls the damage, 15 fire damage, and then.
oops.
Yep, that helps me, to be honest. Dexterity save, 3d6 fire damage, and it ignites a bunch of shit behind her as well. So there's a bunch of flame that hits the ground behind her that kind of.
Okay, good, because I'm gonna push her next. I'm gonna use a bonus action. I'm gonna use telekinetic.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What is that?
So as a bonus action, you can try to telekinetically shove one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. When you do so, the target must succeed on a strength saving throw.
Damn. Okay. Let's see. Strength saving throw is a 19.
Hex with these rolls.
I roll
man.
so well on a Thursday. It used to be the curse day back in the day. Thursday was the accursed day. Well, I guess it is for you. I was a player back then. Maybe that's what it was.
They've made every single saving throw
I know.
You know, I just
unaffected
hate
by
you.
everything.
Yeah, they get shoved backwards, right? Yeah, so you got to use this telekinetic move, and while the drow is kind of, she does like a turn as this flame pushes past her. You see that it still scorches her. She parts of her clothing ignite. She lets out a kind of a hiss as it burns her, but she doesn't take the full brunt of it. And then this telekinetic ability of yours is about to pop off, but I think where you're all kind of messed up from being hit, the amount of force that you want to put behind this maneuver that maybe you haven't used in a very long time is not as effective as you want it to be. You see that it doesn't affect this drow. I would recommend you don't move, and therefore, would that be the end of your turn?
Yep, that ends my turn.
Vita's turn.
Vita's gonna take the help action again. And that's it. That's the end of that turn. And if I move, do they get an attack of opportunity? I don't know if it counts like where I am.
Yes, unless you use disengage as an action.
Okay. In that case. Can I see through to the other sister from here?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Eldritch Blast her then.
Okay.
9.
9 is unfortunately a miss. Will, you see the branches of the tree above you pushed backwards as this Eldritch Blast is sent just above where this elf dodges down underneath it. She glances a look over, more towards her sister, being kind of surrounded by you guys. This flame behind you. Will, you sense a heat that's presumably from one of the mages, and that is a miss. Anything else, Fix?
No, that's it.
All right, Fire, your turn. You have an advantage if you are slice and dicing.
I'm slice and dicing, but first I'm going to look at Averia and say, again, stand down. I'm giving you the option.
I can't do that. I'm being paid too much.
Paid enough to give up your life?
Yeah.
Oop. Oop.
19 and a 22. 2 hits.
Come on, sneak attack.
Come on! What is happening?
I don't know.
What?
know how you
I
managed
don't-
to get a natural 5 and a natural 3 either. I guess it was one of the 2 dice. So a 5 on the sneak attack, 9 on the piercing, and then a 2. So 16 damage. How do you kill Averia?
Ah, I say enough to give up your life, and she goes yes, and I just go, okay, and just right in the clavicle, like, just.
Yeah, there's a moment as she goes to, you can see that she's about to counter it, and you stab these 2 daggers in. You feel a light tap as her fist clenched just taps your stomach but doesn't do any damage. You just feel it touch your stomach, and she looks at you and says, okay, well played, sister. She falls forward. You kind of dodge, move out of the way as the sister falls to the ground. Will, in front of you, Nasala is dancing around, and she glances over her shoulder and she sees this move coming in. She opens her mouth as if to speak, and then she grabs at her clavicles and says, I don't understand how you guys are so... She falls down, and she is also dead.
Oh.
Maybe in the next life, Elf. Not this one.
You're successful in your defeat of the 2 Drow twins, Nasala and Averia. And that is where we're going to go to a break a little later than usual. I figured we could see the thing through. Yes, these guys were sharing a HP pool. They share an initiative.
So cool.
They also can do a switch whenever they cast shield with a reaction. One twin switches with the other, and that was kind of how they were doing stuff as well. And that's the twins defeated. You stand now outside of this school, this orphanage, but what lies within, find out after the break. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. We'll be back after a 5-10 minute break, and we will see you then. Welcome back to part 2 of Mistlight. You 4 now find yourselves outside of this school. The guards in the town referred to it as a school. Arias referred to it as an orphanage. And after this combat with the 2 Drow elves, you are probably looking a little worse for wear, but you are also victorious. The area doesn't seem to have anyone else here. It falls very quiet. You can see that the front door to this establishment is just a little open. It's unlocked, and the door lies just a crack open. There are 2 bodies on the ground in front of you, varying wounds on both of these drow. What would you like to do next?
I will snatch up anything cool. Anything
Yeah.
cool from any cool elf stuff I want to snatch up.
Any
I would
cool
like to
elf
do the
stuff?
I would like to do the image from the show Community, where the character with the pizza walks back into the apartment and the whole thing's on fire. That's Will turning around to look at the rest of the party and be like, "All right, I got this." Oh boy.
I'm looking for any information they have on them.
Yes.
Like any
Okay.
papers.
So, fire, roll me a D50.
A D50.
Yes.
Oh snap.
And
Oh no.
let's see. Who else is looking at them?
Me and Will.
You and Will. Yeah. Give me. Both roll me a D2.
Oh, sorry. What am I rolling for?
A D2. This is just you're creating the world. Roll 1/2.
Yes. Let me roll it.
Just do R.
Okay,
just
there we
do
go.
R.
I
There you
found
go.
the. I found
Hey.
it.
So, up on these elves, fire, you're just pouring over them, trying to find if they have anything on them. They don't have like bags on them or anything. For the most part, they just seem to have these hoods. They fit quite tightly. They have these well-fitted trousers. They're very dark in color. They are now like torn up and bloodied and ruined. But they have these like decent-looking boots. But for the most part, they don't have a lot of stuff on them. As you pour through the things, you find 5 gold in total. They don't have much on them. They presumably have stuff somewhere else, but it doesn't appear to be here. However, on each of them, you do find Fix and Will. You realize that on the back of one of their belt loops or hooks, you can see 2 very small orbs. At first, it might look like a marble. As you grab it, you realize it has a tiny little stopper in the top. And you find 2 elixir of health. And I will give you what that is in the Discord, but I'll also tell you, whenever you drink this potion, it cures any disease afflicting you, and it removes the blinded, deafened, paralyzed, and poisoned conditioned. The clear red liquid has tiny bubbles of light in it. So I'll put that in the Discord as well. You have 1 of these each, or at least you 2 pick them up. You can hand them over to whoever you want and stuff like that. But that is what you recognize. For whatever reason, you are able to understand and recognize that this is an elixir of health. You've seen them before. You understand that that's what they are and what they look like.
I
And
definitely pocket mine.
yes, so you
After
have
the grill.
1 of those each, and you find 5 gold. Potential to find 50 there, by the way, but you found 5. So
Okay, Brad, I'm gonna need you to stop talking.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Was
pocket
that-
the gold.
This was spread between both of them, right?
what?
Or
The
is that
gold,
just
yeah,
the one
between the both of them, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess let me rephrase. Did we just effectively search both of them?
Yes, that's what you find in total on both of them. They don't have anything else. Apart from that, one has a set of gloves and the other one doesn't. The gloves just appear to be leather, black leather gloves. They don't have any magical properties or anything like that.
Okay.
Can I drink my health potion?
Yes, now is the chance for you to do anything you want to do,
Thank you.
and let me know what it is that you do and how you want to proceed.
Yeah, he'll take out the potion of healing that he crafted all by himself.
Made with
Oh
love.
yes, yeah, 2d4 plus 2.
Did you make it mint flavored or rhubarb
9.
flavored?
Yeah, how does it
Neither.
taste?
It tastes like dirt. No, it tastes like
His favorite.
His favorite food.
carrot juice, maybe.
Tastes like carrot juice. No one knows how. No one knows why. But it does. That's the power of Merlin. Yeah, you chug your freshly made health pot, and you gain 7 HP. Is anyone else doing anything else like that? Mechanical?
I don't have any potions, but I was gonna ask, would the gloves go well with my outfit, Brad?
You can roll me a d20. If it's above a 10,
Oh.
they match perfectly.
Okay. Please, God.
There you go, 10. That counts.
Okay.
A 10 and above is the
Thanks.
half mark, right? So,
Yeah, thank you.
yeah, they match perfectly. They're a little snug on your hands. Varia had slightly bigger hands than you, but that's,
No,
yeah, they
that's
work.
okay.
They're also not messed up like the rest of their outfits. You can add
I just want something.
black leather gloves.
Yeah. That's it for me.
If there's no other, like items of importance on them, then we'll just reach out and close the one elf's eyes with, like, a finger over each eye, and just close them. And then stand back up and look at the rest of the group and say, "Actions have consequences. They chose this. Let's go."
I made that choice.
They're not actually my sisters, by the way. I feel like I should clarify that. I don't know.
No, I
Yeah,
just
just-
assumed they were calling you sis because, well, they're trying to act all close buddy, you know.
Yeah.
They acted just like you.
What is that supposed to mean?
Whoa!
You know.
They acted like every elf I've ever met.
First off, the only
Okay.
reason why they started attacking was because you said nothing going inside the building.
You know?
The reason they started attacking is because they value gold over life.
Are we going in?
Yes, we're going in.
Are you
Okay.
three going to be okay?
Oh, I'm great. There's
I look
blood
like I
coming
got
out of my
stung
mouth.
by bees.
Insight check.
I'm clearly lying.
I haven't been touched, so I'm fine.
Alright. Remember those invisibility potions that we brought along? In fact, I think Merlin was the one who didn't have... Wait. We didn't give Merlin an invisibility potion because he had the ability to do it himself, right? Was it a spell or a trait or something? You jog my memory, Disby?
He can cast the invisibility spell.
Okay, because I was about to throw him my potion of invis, but if he can already turn invisible on his own, then I'll just hold it up instead and say, remember this going in. If things
Yeah,
get...
I didn't really have much time to react with those punches, alright?
Oh no, I didn't mean in the fight. I mean for like going into the building that we're about to go into. Turning invisible might, be important.
Right. Okay.
So we'll just hold up the invisibility potion and say, we might need to consider this option going in there if you two are looking worse for the wear. If maybe the two of you hang back a little bit, and if things go haywire,
Merlin just
that.
goes invisible.
I can,
just right there
Casting
on the spot.
invisibility.
I can
Yeah.
take it and then try to find higher ground and take a shot if
You
I
should
need
already
to.
have one, right? We each have one.
Yeah.
The sides.
Mhm.
Merlin.
Yeah, we each have one.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I could drink it now.
Will
And
leave you to
then-
make that decision on your own and run to catch up with Fix.
Okay, I'm in a really good place to make decisions. I spit blood.
If you're on the verge of death, Elf, perhaps it's best you vanish now. Find a high spot.
Okay, I'm already gone. I drink it.
Okay, so Who's entering the front door?
Me, Vita.
Fire Vita?
Will is catching up with her and following her inside.
Merlin?
And as we're walking, I'll turn to you and say,
Yep, I'm going.
you might want to get your special eyesight thing ready. It might be good to know if there's something floating around.
So I didn't actually manage. Oh wait, Brad, how long did we spend with all the looting and whatnot?
I would imagine only a few minutes.
Okay, bummer. I had my power-up mode going, but it didn't matter because I never landed a hit. I was checking to see if it's still going. Yeah. When she says that, the fire in Will's eyes from during the combat, she would see them fading right about now. Like it just ran out. Very poor timing. Understood. I'll keep an eye out.
And if you get a good look at Arias, it might be worth looking at him as well. Sorry if you have to look at me in the process.
I think we're past that at this point, right? I'll get ready to follow her in.
And what
I'm
is
gonna stop.
Fire doing? Sorry.
My plan, I'm invisible, so my plan is to, once the doors are open, I want to try and sneak as silently as possible to a higher ground so I can take shots.
Okay. And you were going to do something else, Fix? Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop at the front doors, and Vita's gonna go into ash form, and I'm gonna send them through first.
Yeah. So, once again, you do this thing with Vita where you can kind of sense what they're sensing. They don't see things necessarily the same way you would with your own standard mortal eyes. And the ash form of Vita moves in through the crack of the door. You get the general sense of immediate emptiness, no danger. You can somewhat see and make out the a small hallway that leads towards the back of the building. There are several doorways that are open. The two that are immediately to Vita's left and right are empty, but they look kind of like classrooms. Lots of chairs and desks in one side. In the other side, there are lots of toys, that toy boxes, and several chairs in a circle. The room has the hallway has about 6 doors, 3 on either side, and then another door at the far end, which is which is half open, with light spilling through. Several candle lights seem to be lit in the far room. Give me a perception check with Vita to see if you can see anything of detail, or whether you...
18.
An 18. You can make out a single figure pacing up and down in the room that's at the far end, the larger room with the light spilling out of it.
Okay. Tall, short. Arias.
Yeah, probably Arias is
Tall,
probably what you're
short
gonna
Arias.
get. It looks Arias
How
shaped.
tall is he?
But it's kind of, there's no detail through Vita's odd flame vision, right? He sees all through weird blurs of flame, but you get the idea that it's one man.
And they're just alone in this room,
Mm-hmm.
pacing. Okay. I'm gonna move out and look in the other rooms, just make sure that it is unoccupied.
6 classroom-looking things, and one of them appears to be a small office. The further room appears to be sleeping quarters, probably for multiple children, based on the sizes of the beds. You get the idea that this building absolutely could serve as a school, and possibly even a temporary home or orphanage for urchins, something like that. But it's empty. No one here apart from the one lit room at the end of the corridor.
So that one room, did it look familiar? Like, did it have like a ritual vibe to it? Was it just empty?
Big room. I guess you'll have to roll me an int check for Vita.
Would it be an int for me if I'm interpreting it?
Well, this is to determine whether Vita can send you the additional emotional feeling.
12.
Something's very wrong in that room.
Okay.
You can
I
probably
leave-
peek your head around the door without anyone seeing you immediately.
Yeah.
And look
Yeah, do
with
that.
your own eyes if you want to do
Okay.
that, and give me a perception check.
I leave Vita there, and yeah, I'll come back to myself, and I'll relay what I saw through Vita to Will, and then I will look around myself. A 6.
It is annoying. The distance is quite far. You can see all the way to the end of this corridor, but there are 6 decent-sized rooms. Again, this building is reminiscent of a kind of converted church, that kind of a thing. It's a long thing. There's probably the second level is probably a bunch of smaller rooms that sit in the arched ceiling. And then the furthest room at the end of this corridor is a much larger looking room. You get the sense that maybe it's a library, something like that, more so than one of these classrooms. It's very difficult to make out. The light spilling out from the door helps to make out the figure, and you can tell, I think, that it's a tiefling and most likely Arias. There are large windows behind him at the far end of it, but where the doors aren't fully open, I don't think you can make out exactly everything going on in there. We'll say the doors are ajar more so than the front doors, enough for light to spill through down this corridor, but not enough to give you a clear view of exactly what's going on. Every now and then you see him pace past and then pace the other way.
Getting flashbacks to my nightmare. Okay.
You opened the door to look in there, right?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, well, I mean, I will also look through the door then. Can I see anything else?
Give me a perception check. 13. You get the
13.
same sense. However, as you are looking over this room, the lit room at the far end of the corridor, you can tell leads to a kind of larger room of 2 levels. There are rows of books that you can just about make out, tomes on these huge shelves. You can also make out a desk behind where who you recognize to be this wizard Arias moving up and down. He just appears to be pacing, one hand up to his mouth. Every now and then seems to be muttering to himself under his breath. It is at that moment that you catch the second presence. There's a second person in the room with him. There is a body, a small body of a young tiefling child just outside of, just inside of the view. Probably no older than 10. A pool of blood around this child, and there is some blood splatter around the area as well. And as you maybe move in, as you catch this, and you can pretty much get your whole body into this room quite quietly and remain outside of Arias's view. He doesn't seem to notice you at all. Now, with you moving in, maybe Fix, maybe Merlin, you move in as well. You can see that there is a pool of blood around this child. There is some blood splatter that runs up the desk. But from the child's back, there are these great curling spikes of bone, as if it has burst up from the flesh from his spine, curling out like a second rib cage, but from his back, coming upwards and around. The child is face down. It's hard to tell whether they're alive or dead, but it doesn't look very good.
Sorry, did you say the kid is standing or is down?
Face down.
Should we even bother talking? We take advantage of our element of surprise?
We might not get another chance.
Obviously. I just want to kill him. But if you need answers or something, it's up to you.
It's too late. We were too late. I don't know what answers he could give. Why did he do this? Did we want to sit around and let him talk to us. His arrogance.
I don't really care for it, no. He can answer
they're
questions or
talking.
he can answer for his crimes.
We can walk in. Merlin's invisible. Merlin could surprise attack him if things aren't going well.
The elf should take the first shot.
Will the elf be able to see anything from here?
You don't see me, but you just hear me talking. I could sneak in and attack him off guard if you want. Or I could stay back and take shots. It's up to you.
Find a
Do
way
we-
inside.
do
Get
we
up in the
wanna
rafters if you
repeat?
can. And make sure you get to a spot where you can retreat out of sight, because if he sees you, he's undoubtedly going to hex you or something.
Okay. I'll try to do that. I'll try to find up in a rafter where there's a window nearby or something so I could get out if I needed to quickly.
Give me a stealth check with advantage and an investigation check.
Okay.
28 on the stealth.
She doesn't exist anymore.
I disappear, but I have no idea what's happening.
Well, you start looking around this lower level. There is a second level that is accessed through the library. You realize that there aren't any stairs that lead up to whatever this secondary level is, what the smaller windows are on the first floor. The way to get up to it would be in the library. There are two second levels accessed by stairways that take you up, and then you would walk backwards through those to whatever rooms are directly above these rooms that run along this hallway. So, while very possible for you to do, you would have to go into the library where Arias is, and then get pretty close to him to go up on the stairs, or pull off some climbing maneuver up onto the floor above him. It's within your wheelhouse and possibility to do, but it's a tricky and risky maneuver.
I will explain that to Will and just say, I know I fucked up running at him alone, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm doing that again, but I'd have to get close to him to find a good vantage point.
You don't necessarily need elevation. Just solid cover to the distance. See if you can do that instead.
Okay. And I'll do that. I'll just try to find a pillar or anything I can get some cover, be able to take shots.
Completely doable inside of the library with the upper levels above you. There are pillars that run all along the kind of a hall towards where the end of this library is, where Arias is standing.
Okay.
Plenty of places for cover.
Yeah, I'll pick one. I'll probably do like the second pillar in on the left side. I don't want to go all the way up, but I don't want to be all the way back either, in case something goes bad.
Yeah. You maneuver into the library. You see Arias, and now you can see this whole room. Actually, you can see that the room is lit on varying lamps, as if some of them were turned on. Some candles are lit here, but it seems to be quite sporadic. Enough light that you can see most corners of the room. You can see these rows of books. There are 4 rows of bookshelves, one on the lower floor, left and right, one on the upper floor, left and right. By where you are underneath these pillars, there are children's desks and chairs neatly stacked underneath the stairs at the far end that you would use to walk up towards the upper level. As you walk in, there's a disturbing stench of sulfur, a sort of a burning smell, and a bloody iron is present in the room as well. You now see Arias standing before this desk. He's covered in blood. His robe has been removed and thrown onto a pile of books. While he is very old, he looks quite young, like a man that might be in his 40s, as opposed to a much, much older man that he is. and he is turning a dagger over in one hand, covered in blood. You can see this tiefling boy on the ground as well. Do you want to roll me a medicine check or a perception check to determine whether this child is alive?
Yeah, I'll just roll perception.
Arias seems none the wiser that you are there.
14.
14. You watch this child for a long time, eyes focused on the strange bone spikes that have been pulled from his body upwards out through his clothing. It takes a moment and you realize there is just a slight move every now and then, very shallow breaths being taken in. The child is still alive, unconscious, presumably hurt or injured through whatever process they have been through.
Mm-hmm. I'll just put my head down. I'm gonna keep that to myself and just put my head down.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we get to that room, we'll use your eyesight thing. I need to know if there's something still in that room. This is what he did.
I'll do that. Okay. Do you have anything you can do to stop him from using his magic? You saw what he did to fire last time.
I might have something I can do, but there's no way he won't be able to counter it. So perhaps Merlin, if things go wrong, you could be a distraction. Could you cast a spell to distract him?
I can try, but are we sure we want to do this? I mean, we learned the hard way last time. He's too powerful.
He's killing children. Just gonna walk in.
Merlin just lets us
I'm gonna catch your cloak and hold up. I understand the desire for vengeance, but let's not commit suicide. Merlin.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. That we're just gonna...
Right. See, Merlin, you're kind of a wild card here, understand? I've been in a lot of battles. I know how to put people in the right places, but I don't know the full extent of your capabilities, so you're gonna have to help me out here. Do you have any way that you could stop him from using his magic, or can you cripple him in some way?
Unfortunately, we haven't even really gotten much rest since we had dealt with his henchmen.
I can
and then the
blind
two
him.
just now. That's if
I can
you're
blind
lucky.
him if we get close enough and if he doesn't notice. If he notices, there's no way he... You saw what he did outside the cave. He stopped me from casting in an instant. He can counter it.
Right. That's my worry. If he can prevent you from using your magic.
Yes, so I'm asking if Merlin can cast something. Perhaps I can cast at the same time, and perhaps he won't be able to counter both of them.
True. We hit him with 2 spells at the same time.
Yes.
That spell that stops things. I kind of did it reflexively, and I'm not even sure how. But if we could throw something at him that forces him to put up a barrier, maybe that will give you an opening to use your spell instead.
We've only got one shot.
At most, I'd be able to defend myself, but
Right.
I
Merlin.
can't.
Merlin, your priority, whatever you do, whether you throw fire or missiles or whatever at him, do it. But then get back behind a solid object where he can't see you, understand? He'll kill you in a single stroke.
Yeah, we saw what he did to fire. I really don't think this is a good idea. Can we go... There has to be another way.
What other way? What do you think we can do here? He's on his own. He has no army. He has no backup. We'll never
This
get
is
an
a-
opportunity like this again.
He didn't need backup to what he did to fire.
He had a Grell! Killing 3 of us.
The Growl didn't do what... Never mind. Okay,
Merlin.
I will just
Merlin,
follow orders.
Merlin. You're
You
right.
don't have to go in, Merlin.
No, you're right. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you we probably lived through this. But the alternative is walking away and letting him continue murdering people. And I can't do that. If I go down, you should run. You understand?
I'll try to hold him down.
If I die,
I'll try.
then flee.
I'm not asking you to die for us, Merlin. You can turn away whenever you want. I won't hold it against you. This isn't your fight.
Neither is it Will's, neither is it Fire's, and yet here we are.
It is my fight, Merlin. I'm afraid this is the man who gave the orders that killed everyone in my town. I can't walk away.
You sound like you're already so sure of it.
They literally told us, so yes, I'm quite sure.
Unless you know something we don't.
No, I do not.
Just stay back.
If I die, then flee. But leave my body in the sunlight.
Maybe
Just give the
Merlin,
go signal and I will hold him down.
Give Merlin the potion. The no trace potion, the thief's potion.
I don't need it.
We should still easily be under its effects, though. It's not been a week.
Just in case we all die, he can run and stay safe.
Take care of this, and I can't actually tell exactly where Merlin's standing, but I'm gonna hold out the...
He doesn't take it. Just give the signal and I'll do it.
Alright.
Can I go
Thanks.
now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk in.
I will walk in with her.
Merlin follows.
There is one mechanical issue. He is about 90 feet from you.
Yeah.
So, as long as you're okay with that being within range of the spells that you're planning.
I wasn't planning on hitting him straight away.
Okay. You walk in. Blase. Fix.
Yeah, I'll walk in, bang the door open.
You bang the door open. And Arias immediately turns to you. His eyes not registering at first what is happening or who you are, as if he's expecting someone else, probably the twins or one of the other lieutenants. And he sees the three of you walk in and says, "Oh, I wasn't expecting visitors. But I can't say I expected you to complete my task either."
Didn't find what you were looking for then. I glanced down at the child.
Unfortunately not. I'm close, though.
You're close. 20 years have passed and this is still what you're accomplishing.
Yes. But it has been 20 years of trial and error. And that margin of error grows paper thin.
You have not succeeded in 20 years.
Yes, but I'm about to. Any day
No, you're
now.
not. No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I know I am. I've seen it.
Seen what?
The future.
And what does the future look like?
The end of all this prison among the mist.
And how is stealing a child's soul going to help with that?
It's been a long time trying to learn how to bind these things to you and your kin. And when I have perfected it, I shall draw something, someone, a child of darkness, out of the mist. And in doing so, I shall free us all.
Free us from what?
This prison we are trapped in. Don't you see this realm? The darkness, all of it. It's unnatural.
And who told you this would work?
I don't know.
Why do you think this?
Because I saw it. A vision.
A vision.
Yes,
You're doing
a
all this
vision.
because you saw a vision.
Yes. It seems madness, I know. At first I thought the same as you. I thought it was just vivid daydreams. But then there were more, and things were coming true. Things I saw. They were manifested in front of me, and I knew I wasn't mad in that time.
And what are these things you're playing with? Do you even understand them? Do you even know what you've done?
Truthfully, no. Not fully, but I know more than anyone else in hundreds of years, 1,000, maybe 2.
So you're just implanting these beings that you don't even understand and hoping to be proven right.
No, not hoping, knowing. It's a matter of following in footsteps. I have to simply follow these footsteps, my own footsteps, through. And soon enough, the lands will open up before us.
How many years do you think you have left, old man? You might look young now, but I know the truth. How many years of failure?
I don't need even a year.
How many more children are left to go through? You're at the end.
Truly, this morning I would have said 1.
And you were wrong again.
Yes, but I have never been this close. I can sense it. Within the coming days, I will have the answers I seek. Within the coming weeks, the ability to free us from this mist, from this everlasting darkness. And within the coming months, this will be a new land. A few eggs to break. Leave this child here to die so that thousands more may prosper. It's not even a question. Surely.
I was that child once.
Yes. You were.
Do I sense anything in the air, in the room? Like, do I get any familiar?
I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but while we're talking, I'm assuming we continue moving forward rather than yelling 90 feet.
Yeah,
so when we
I'm
get to a
stepping towards
distance of about, I'd say, 50 to 60 feet or so, I'll use Divine Sense as Fix instructed at the door.
Okay. You subtly advance. Arias seems very distracted. He looks at you. Every now and then he's glancing at you. He sees you approaching, but he also seems to continue pacing up and down. He's very wrapped in thought. While it seems as though on the one hand he's having this conversation with you, and on the other he's trying to finish off his whatever he was trying to think about. Fix, for you this is a very familiar scent and vision. However, there aren't as many arcane things around. Whatever he's done over the 20 years, he's perfected it down to simply a wound of sorts. In your case, there was a piece of you that was given. This appears to be the same spell, the same thing, whatever from this child has been given, and a link seems to have been forged, but the amount of stuff around, before there were arcane circles and books and candles placed and things, now it really just seems to be Arias with a knife and little more. The sense you get is the same feeling, I think, that you would have. You would most certainly be somewhat time traveling back to a time as a child with you and the others, and it's the same thing happening, but he's perfected it down to, he's removed some of the arcane elements that he presumably thought that he needed and didn't. Will, you are doing Divine Sense. Remind me what that gives you, just in case I miss anything.
Sure. Here is the text of it on screen.
Presence of
Who wants
strong
to read?
evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor, and a powerful good rings like heraldry music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness. In the turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you. You get the sense of Fix as usual, of Vita, and I'll give you the sense of this child, and in fact I think you probably can see this strange phenomenon that you wouldn't necessarily have expected. There is a strange line like water that is rising from this child and leads up and out through the ceiling, which is very high above you, bearing north towards the mist. It is a demonic link, like the thing you sense in Fix, but you also get the sense that it hasn't quite attached itself to this child fully yet. The link is so fresh that you can see it. It isn't in the cells of the being like it is with Fix. This link is still so fresh that probably you could cut it. You get that sense that if you went up to it and you applied your 5 points of lay on hands, remove disease ability essentially to this, you could sever the link. What it does, how it affects anything, you for sure wouldn't know. But now that you see this and you sense that, you are very aware of it, and you do not stop seeing this link even after this divine sense might wear off. From Arias, there's nothing. You don't get the sense that he's a celestial, a fiend, or an undead. There's that sense of necromancy and strange warlock-based spells that are going on here, but Arias is very much just a tiefling man as far as your divine sense registers for him.
Will just lean closer to Fix and say, I see it now. He's binding something to the child, but he's not finished yet. It's not too late.
We could save them.
Perhaps. But I think I need to be right next to him to do it.
He's distracted. You should try.
You want me to just run?
Yes.
If we're going to
No,
spring our
follow
trap, now's the
behind
time
you.
to do it. Maybe both of you do your spells at the same time, and I'll try to move up.
Move the child. Merlin.
I'll hold Arias, and I'll try and get a hold of the child.
Alright then. If this was the end of it, thanks for coming this far. And Will just takes off, sprinting now, and will also yell, "Fire!" while running.
Okay. I will roll 1 dice. Nice. And bring you over to the battle map roughly around the area that you guys said you were. So you guys are about 55 feet from where he is. The bloodied mess on the ground here is the not quite dead child yet. Arias, of course, there in front of this desk. Fire, you are underneath this thing, this first floor overhang. You're behind a pillar and invisible. I will give you an invisibility thing. And then I'm going to need you all to roll me some initiatives, please.
It's been fun, guys.
You get a surprise round.
You don't get a surprise round, but Will, you can move 30 feet forward for free. 1 second. Feel free to take your movement thing. And then I'm going to roll for Arias initiative on a 19.
God.
Uh-oh. Will starts running forward. Arias sluggishly and confused turns to you as if he for some reason wasn't expecting this, or as if he's waking from a thought. As he sees you running towards him, Will, he lifts the dagger, throwing it up into the air, bringing his hand down, putting it in front of his face. You see, let's see here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 darts, black, thin-looking things like knitting needles appearing around his hand and around his head in a kind of oval. As you're running forward, he sort of cocks his head to the side and lets them loose as he casts magic missile at you. I'm hoping this will do it for me. Nope. Let's see here. So I need to roll. Now you have the ability available to you to do whatever it is that you want to do here, but I'm going to roll another 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. So he's casting like a level 4 or a level 5 magic missile.
These knitting needle looking things, long and black, very sharp on the ends, fly towards you silently through the air.
Yeah, I will reaction cast again. And the rest of the party at this point probably realizes Will's just mimicking exactly what the 2 monks did outside when they were casting the shield spell. Will's just reflexively doing that, and it works. For reasons unexplained.
Yes.
Yeah, reaction casting shield for immunity to magic missile.
These things, as Will is running forward, they hit and they just vanish into a kind of yellowed shield that appears around him. Arias' eyes wide open now. He snaps back to earth as he watches Will run forward. His mouth kind of Pikachu O-face right now as he is utterly bewildered. That is the end of his turn. However, he begins to move backwards. He moves around behind the child and shouts out to each of you, "You are fools! I will kill this child right here. Stand down." But it is Fix's turn.
I'm going to move forward. Max, wait, where's 30 foot? Yeah, move forward 30 foot. I'm going to bonus action Misty Step 30 foot.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to cast Blindness on Arias. That is a Constitution saving throw.
Blindness. I need to check one thing here. Yep. You, how do you cast this? What happens? What does it look like? What do you say? What do you do?
I just make a motion in front of my face with my two hands. That's just like claw down 2 fingers.
Yeah. What would normally happen if he hadn't counterspelled it?
Fucking knew it. Usually their eyes be frosted over with ice, completely obscured, and they won't be able to see anything.
You realize that this doesn't happen. He, as he's stepping back and you kind of just dash and then appear in front of him, you begin to cast this spell, and he waves a hand in front of him. The spell doesn't happen. You feel it drawn from you, blocked, pulled, and you realize that he's stopped it. He stares at you and says, "Come now. Who do you think I am?"
An arrogant fool.
Who are you? Which one?
Like you gave us names.
Very well. Then I hope this was worth it. He begins to conjure up something as if he's going to attack the child laying down on the ground. And is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Brings us to you, Merlin.
Well, seeing as some plans had changed, Merlin is still invisible, and anything he carries or touches will also become invisible. He is gonna run and take the child.
Let's see here. How much movement do you have, though? You went pretty far.
Yeah, I'm gonna use all my action to save that child.
You can get to the child. Your movement and your action are used to get to the kid. You are next to the child and you're invisible, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright.
I can't even touch him even when I get to him.
I think you can, you're touching the kid, but you are not
Carrying him, yes.
carrying him, yeah,
Okay.
or mechanically like able to pick him up and move away yet, but we can assume that you're in the motions as we see a sort of invisible Merlin scurry forward at full speed, slide into position as to where this child is. Again, you can, much like Fire could see, you can see now that you're closer, there's a pained, unconscious expression on the young tiefling boy's face, but he isn't dead, but his breathing looks shallow and the wound is awful. If these bones sort of split through his body from his own spine, it would be like being hit by like 10 daggers being stabbed upwards and outwards through his flesh. That brings us to Fire.
Okay, if you were to look at Fire, you would see Fire is very much mentally struggling and is considering saying something, but just decides against it because of the last time that she had an interaction with Arias, and also feels like this is not her place. So Fire will just lean around the pillar and take a short bow shot at Arias, and I'd like to try to, if I roll well enough, try to hit his legs or knee, ankle, something to maybe get him on one knee or something.
Okay. This will drop your invisibility, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Do I get advantage?
You do have advantage.
Yep.
Absolutely.
18.
18 is a hit.
Okay.
7 sneak damage, 10 piercing damage. You're aiming for a knee or a leg, you said?
Mm-hmm. I want to, like, get him on the ground somehow.
Yeah, the arrow flies in. You see it strike him in the lower part of his thigh. He is immediately taken aback by it, kind of looking up at you as he stumbles back. He maybe hits the desk and stands stable. The arrow deep in the thigh muscle. He glances and looks up and says,
Ah, so there are more of you. Very well.
Good hit though. 17 damage.
I'll just duck behind the pillar and try to hide.
Yeah, give me a stealth check.
As he says that, I'll just say there are many more of us.
Yes, you and your ragtag band.
16 stealth.
Brings us to Will.
Okay. I am going to. It's kind of funny. I ran first, but somehow I'm the furthest behind. I am going to move as close as I can. This thing that I can see above the kid. I'm assuming it takes a full action for me to sever it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm actually going to run, since I can't do it this turn anyway, I'm going to run past the kid and get in Arias's face right here.
Okay.
And then I will bonus action and use Marked Target, which, for people listening to avoid confusion, would also be known as Hexblade's Curse. But it will basically mean when I swing at him, a natural 19 is also a crit instead of just a nat 20. A double chance to crit. And also, if I hit him, I can add proficiency bonus to my damage. And I will end my turn right there.
Okay, yes, you come running up. He is obsessed with you as you come running forward for a moment as he begins to speak. You can see him turning his hand. He's summoning something under his breath. Merlin, Will, and Fix, there is a moment as you guys are rushing towards him before suddenly there is a horrendous and terrible stench of death, a sour scent as the area around you and the child fills with a horrific cloud. Let's see here. So this would be 20 feet across. So let me just check. 20-foot radius. So that's everything here. 20 feet. Even more. The entire area is suddenly engulfed in this horrible green mist. A skeletal hand rises up and closes, and this horrible fog appears. Everyone give me a Constitution saving throw.
Me too.
Nope, not you, sorry, Fire. You just see this happening.
Okay. Yeah.
13.
16.
All right, you have to beat a 15. So those of you 13, you have failed. So let's see. You will take the full amount of 5d8 poison damage. Fix, you take half, which is 14. 28 damage in total. This cloud appears. You see Arias breathe in this and he also takes some damage from it. So it'd be that amount of damage. He is affected by it, but nowhere near as badly as you guys. There is a coughing and a spluttering from the child in this cloud. The cloud remains, and Arias says,
Enough. Come now. You cannot hope to defeat me. I have an offer for you.
I am down from poison damage.
I'm down too.
What?
Oh, wait. Actually, I just remembered, Brad. I have that point of inspiration you gave me. Can I use that to attempt to resist this cloud?
you could have done, but you can't do it afterwards, I don't think, right? Because you know
Sure,
you
probably
failed
not.
now.
Forgot I had it. I've been sitting on it for like 3 episodes.
He says to you, Fix,
Join me. What are you after? Petty vengeance? You can be part of something greater.
And what? Leave my friends here to die?
They don't need to die. None of you need to die. Join me and we will all be free.
I'm just watching Fix to see if Fix at any point seems stuck, like they don't know what to say or they don't know what to do or they wish they had someone to tap in. I'll start walking towards. I'm just watching their face to see if they got this or if maybe they need to back up.
Yeah, I sort of look around like desperately just to see if you're still paying attention. Seeing that we've lost Merlin and Will under here. I've come too far now. And I'm going to run to where Will is and give, assuming he's gone down because I took a lot of damage. I'm going to give him my health potion.
on the ground in this cloud.
Yeah, I'm going to feel for him and give him my health potion.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna yell from behind the pillar. They're
Sorry, I
doing
mean-
what you asked. Drop the cloud.
He looks towards you and says,
And why would you fight of all the people?
Why would I fight?
Join me. You
Drop
are
the cloud.
cast out from your tree, are you not?
I cast myself out.
Foolish, foolish children, one and all. You know not what you deal with. You're playing at games. This is life and death. This is freedom. This is the beginning of a new era and a new world. Why meddle with what you don't understand?
I'll just look at him and look at where the child was and just say, seems like you're one to talk.
the potion is given to Will. You can regain 2d4 plus 2 HP, Will. And wake up sputtering in this cloud of death. Merlin, give me a death saving throw.
I think Merlin's like dead. He died twice outside the orphanage. So
No, that's not how it works.
That's-
You have to take
Mm-mm.
3 consecutive fails.
You got up between them, so they restart.
Refreshes your death saves every time.
oh
Yeah.
okay.
So that's just one make and nothing
Okay.
else. Fire, it's your turn.
I just start walking forward, and I'll get about there and just say, I don't make decisions for this group, but if you want to talk about striking a deal, drop the cloud so we can talk.
I have tried talking several times, and several times you have gone against me.
This is the first time hearing that you might have a solution to the hell that we live in. It's not our fault that you were unclear.
Know this. If I drop this spell, and you raise a hand against me in violence, I will destroy each and every one of you.
I just give him a thumbs up, and I try to make it my hand very obvious that the gloves that I'm fucking wearing.
He looks to you, Will.
I look back.
What will it be?
As you wish. I will not attack you.
He closes his hand. You see the skeletal fist in the smoke drop, and the spell ends. He looks to Merlin and says,
Bring me your gnomish friend.
No violence, right?
Can I crawl backwards away from him? Are we still in initiative order, like waiting for
"You are
turns? or
out
can
of
I just-
initiative."
Okay. As soon as the spell comes down, that visible tether above the kid, I'm just gonna reach up and put my hand around it and channel the 5 points of lay on hands and just crush the tether in my fingers. And yeah, I'll tell Arias. Well, I don't know. First, I don't know if I'll succeed or not, but
You succeed. You break the tether.
yeah.
The bones that are sticking out from the back of this child remain, but the tether breaks. You sense the entity on the end of this for just a brief moment. It is an entity of torrential rain, of tides and of water, and you break the tether. You get this sense of obnoxious evil. It's almost identical to that of Vita and to that of whatever resides within Fix, and then it is gone. Arias watches you do it, and as you break it, he watches something above you as you snap this thing. He says,
I should have known.
Whatever kind of sick world you're envisioning. Not today, at least.
No. Perhaps not. Perhaps another tomorrow.
Not this one.
The gnome, quickly.
I'll run up.
I'll go to help Merlin up.
Merlin's still holding on to the hand of the boy.
Merlin, give me a death save. Fail. Do you bring Merlin to Arias? Arias leans back against the desk, a little wounded from the arrow in his leg, from the inhalation of the necrotic spell as well.
Quickly, or he's going to die. Do you want him to live?
What are you gonna do to him?
I'm going to make sure he doesn't die.
With what?
With magic, my dear.
I glance at Will.
But I don't recall the time of day, but I don't suppose there's sunlight coming through the windows at this point.
No, it's about 11 p.m.
Do we have any more healing potions? I cannot remember. I know that Vix just used my own on me. I'm trying to think if we have any other way to get him up besides this.
I got nothing.
Are we all out?
I'll see if I see them hesitating at all, I'll just push through, grab Merlin, and rush him towards Arias. I don't
know what's gonna do.
I don't care.
He'll likely not be Merlin again when he wakes.
It might be worse than death.
I just lock eyes with Arias and just say, surely you wouldn't do such an evil thing. And I just hand Merlin over.
I don't know what you think I am. Learned this from an old friend.
It touches his hand to Merlin. You see a black swirl appear on the forehead of Merlin, and Merlin, you are stable at 0 HP. He says,
He won't die. Neither will the child. Not yet.
No,
Not yet.
Well, we all die eventually.
But you didn't curse him.
You think me a hag or some witch? I am a wizard, my dear. Everything I have learned for a reason. I am not out here to stew chaos at a whim. I do everything to learn, to become greater, stronger, and to finish what I started so long ago. What you have bumbled into. I presume you follow this one.
and he points to Fix.
Follow?
Yes. Vengeance for what I've done to you and to the others over the years.
I never wanted vengeance. I just wanted you to never do this again to anybody else.
Well, soon I shan't have to. I need you simply to leave me alone.
Anyone. Will will finally speak up and say, I'm not following anyone.
No, I suppose
just in
you
the
are
way.
not. You are pulled here by something you don't understand.
I will climb back up to my feet. I know exactly what called me here.
Please,
The men you employ.
and I employ. Don't employ many. But there's enough for me not to be able to guess.
The lions and the vipers outside, this bandit group you employ, they killed the people of my city. And my loved ones. So whatever your end goal is, I'm afraid I have an issue with your subordinates.
Yes, well,
She may not be after vengeance, but I most certainly am.
they're all yours. I haven't much more need of them.
I'm afraid you'll find a couple of them already quite useless.
I presume as much, since you stand before me, a little battered and bruised. The twins, at least. Who
I
else?
liked them.
They chose gold over life.
It's no matter.
Oh, Massimo, we should tell him about.
Well, the hearts of men are easily swayed. A drop of power, a promise of gold. Food, for some.
Not all of us.
No, you think you're... Yes, you're here to kill. You're here to avenge those of Grant's refuge, I presume.
Why did they burn the refuge? It wasn't necessary.
Hmm.
Just like none of this was necessary outside, you could have come here and taken what you wanted and left.
Yes. You might be
For
right.
someone whose goals are supposedly noble, you are really going overboard.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it didn't work. Not the way I expected, but it was close this time, so close, and I thought it was the disaster, I thought it was the death. I thought it was the blood. It was proximity. Simple proximity to the mist. You're right. It may all have been for nothing. All the death, of course, your friends and family, but not all of them. No, I suspect you're something else, aren't you? Tell me, voices,
If you
visions.
go anywhere near them,
Who?
I'm just gonna narrow my eyes and dodge the question.
The entities in the mist.
Yes, I will lie, because that's totally not what I was referring
Yeah,
to.
give me a deception check. It'd be a 13.
5.
Just surrounded by people who think they know what's... You're going to have to listen to me and very carefully. None of you know what is at stake and what is happening. You are fueled by your base impulses of vengeance and love lost. What did you lose? A limb? A piece of yourself? A soul? Can't be anything as valuable as a heart. You're special in ways you don't understand, man. This one, on the ground, a wizard, like me, but so naive. And you, did this all for coin, I presume. None of it matters. None of it. We're on the verge of freedom from something that happened to us as a people so long ago. There are entities in the mist that have the answers that I have been looking for, and all this death. I can free us from it. I simply have to return someone in there, in the mist. They want out. And when they get out, we get out. You don't understand what it all means. And if I don't understand it, how can you?
Are they telling you that? That you just need to free them? And we're all free?
Yes.
And would you believe that?
Yes. I have had others, diviners, clerics, truth tellers and soothsayers. I have traveled our realm over, and all of it leads to the same answer. One way or the other, we will be free of this if you just let me continue my work. If I am not done with it soon enough, then the military are going to catch me before you and your madness, the king and his men. And then we're all lost, and we've probably...
What's your plan? What is your plan? Go city to city and burn it all down?
Eventually, I can bind it, this entity, to a child. It doesn't work on gnomes, it doesn't work on humans, it only works on tieflings. I begun long before I freed before you, but this one was so close.
Why the destruction? I don't understand. Why
Because
wouldn't
I
you just
thought
have
that's
someone...
what it took.
This
He's
And
entity
trying
now-
seemed to
variables.
free.
He thinks that if he tries variables, eventually he'll hit the right spot. He thinks that maybe if there's war and blood and all sorts of chaos happening, then maybe the spirit within might be called. Maybe it will be tempted over to the child. And now he thinks that it's the proximity to the mists that does it. He's just guessing. He doesn't know.
I'm not guessing, haven't you noticed the sunlight? More sunlight than we've consecutively seen in years. Just this week, I am close.
What do you need? I don't understand.
One more.
Do you know?
One more child.
One more.
One more.
Which one? Where?
Any. But this time I'll take it into the mist.
How do you know it'll work?
I don't. In fact, I've tried
Then
before.
why should we let you try?
You needn't. And we can all continue living this endless cycle. Trapped in here, but it's a prison, can't you see? We're all behind bars. My parents, your parents, generation after generation.
This entity you seek to free. Is that what you were trying to do? Bring it into this child?
Yes. It's a vessel, I think.
And how can you be certain this entity, once freed, will keep its word or do whatever it is you think it's going to do? How do you know you'll not end up the puppet?
A being such as that is powerful. It uses magic from elsewhere. A school of magic that I don't understand even. A school of magic beyond that of any wizard I've met, any sorcerer. It is the magic of the void. It is how I am able to empower my own spells. I can travel vast distances under it. But it is magic nonetheless. A magic I understand. The future I have seen is the future. As long as I am in it.
If you can only bind it to children, how are you able to use this magic?
I've spent so long searching. I have ventured into the mist myself, and at best I've lasted an hour. But while in there I can commune with it. I understand it. It is something beyond anything or anyone within the realm. Just in that simple understanding of one another, it needs me, I need it. Much like you, it has affected me. I am able to use a drop of its power.
If it's anything like the thing you put inside me, it's evil. It's pure evil.
Yes,
And
that
you
is
think
true.
you can control it?
No. I think I will free it. And then whatever comes next will come next.
And what if that is total destruction of the realm?
No. It doesn't want that.
Oh, did it promise you that?
Pinky promise. It sounds to me like you have been fooled. And that's rather unfortunate, given all the damage you've done.
It's not a fool's errand I run. I have seen a possible future for us. I am surprised that you have not. To have come so far, to have ventured into the mist. How? Him? Is it you?
Don't believe I did anything special while
Yes,
we were
well,
in the mist.
how is it that you come to
just
stand
fought
before
off-
me?
We just fought off the monsters there. Nothing to it.
How is
Any
it that you can
well-coordinated and well-armed group should be able to do it.
break this link?
Will just gives him a coy smile at that point.
How is it that you can stand to be in that mist so long and not go completely insane or
You're not the only one drawing on power you don't understand.
Exactly. Then where is your power coming from?
If I knew, I'd consider telling you.
It's coming from the void.
Perhaps.
It has to be.
It's different. You know it's different.
It's when Fix says this, Will just kind of turns and gives her like a dirty look.
This wizard of yours, how competent is he?
So competent.
Very.
Then he will understand. Wake him.
Indeed. I just am like trying to make eyes with Will and Fix, like, oh, I lied, no, this is a bad idea, and I'm just gonna try to wake Merlin up really gentle and nice.
Kind of almost don't want Merlin to talk. I don't want Arias messing with his head. But legitimately, we have no way to get him up at the moment, I don't think. So I'll just look back at Arias and say, we'll just have to wait for natural processes to do their work.
Now, I'm guessing if I slap him, you're going to get upset.
Oh, good guess.
I doubt slapping him is going to undo the poison you hit him with.
Fine. Bring him to me again.
I'll lift him up and do it.
You bring Merlin forward. Arias snaps his fingers underneath Merlin's nose. There is a sharp smell, Merlin, that brings you to consciousness again. You probably feel awful. The amount of damage you have sustained this evening. But with this sharp scent, you come to again. There is Arias standing before you, looking down at you, and he says, "Before you try and injure me, look around you. Your friends are fine."
Yeah, no, I am not going. Trust me, okay? I've seen what you can do. I do not want to attack.
Answer me a single question. Have you ever had any visions? Things that you believe to be divination, sights of the future, dreams?
I do, and that's what I feel in my heart led me here.
Tell me what you saw in that vision.
It was Will.
And who is Will?
This brave man standing before you.
As I suspected. Yes. How long ago?
2 weeks.
Yes. Something changed 2 weeks ago. A fervor from within the mist. A ball that I had expected. All these years it started to roll. This wizard and I are counterparts.
Merlin?
Excuse me?
My vision and yours. Mine for the child of darkness. Inside the mist. Your vision. For Will.
I'm nothing
sorry.
like you.
No. Perhaps not, but you are drawing from the same place. We are all here for the same reason. To bring an end to the mist. This darkness.
I think Will was a child of light.
I have never heard of
For
such a
what?
thing. Not in the whispers of the mist. Not in the commune. And not from the demons, one of which I am surprised you have yet to commune with yourself. You should stop denying it. You should harness it, as Klistex did. As your comrade Carmen did.
Carmen wouldn't have.
Yes, in the end, she chose to speak to it, and it consumed her, no doubt.
What makes you think I want to talk to mine, knowing that?
Because they have answers. Answers that I don't have. Answers that he has, and the wizard.
I don't even know how.
You simply have to open up to it. You have been avoiding it, shutting it out, yet siphoning from it.
It just gave me this power. I didn't ask for it. I didn't do anything to get it.
You think that to be the case. The fact is, you are a survivalist. You did ask for it. You did let it in your last
Because you
moment.
forced me to!
No, I put you in its path. And you would have died. But you chose life. And now you and it are bound forever. You cannot be unlinked. It cannot be torn from you, or you will die. So why not let it in? Speak with it. It will give us the answers we need.
And if I speak to it, and it consumes me?
Well, you have some very strong comrades to put you down before you do what your friend Carmen did.
What did Carmen do?
Carmen became an unrelenting eldritch horror, a fiery beast. Took everything in me to stop her. But she knew one thing. Before the end, they're out there. Elemental beings. Strange creatures, born from the mist, one with the child of darkness. They have the answers. I suspect you would fare better. You seem to have harnessed your abilities better than Carmen.
It's my fault. I glance at Will.
You can tell from the expression on his face that this is mostly going over his head.
I too have missed something. The void, the tower. What does it all mean? These are questions that we share now. Eldarin had the answers.
And Eldarin died in the mists.
I suggest you go and find him. The task that I set you was no simple goose chase. You had done as I had asked, ventured north. You will find something there. He had a comrade. The two of them fought together in the mist. They knew something, but he died there. His comrade buried him there. If you can find something of his, anything, if you can bring it to me, I may be able to garner information. He knew how to stop this. He knew where the tower was. He knew what the void was.
How did he survive out there?
I would suggest either the same way you have, or the same way he has. It is either that, or you simply leave me to go my own way, and you continue with your lives. And when the void reaches out, ignore it. When the demon calls to you, silence them. And soon enough, I will finish this, with or without your help.
Are you free to go?
I grow weary. You know all I know.
I'm holding the hand of the body of the child. I just glanced down at it.
Suppose my curiosity gets the better of me, and I decide to do as you ask and go investigate in the mist. I have a condition in return.
Very well.
The men in your employ. Where did you send them to next? They were boarding a ship in the harbor.
Yes. In order
Where are
to
they
stay
going?
away from the military. I suspect that the encampment, Merrin's Keep, they will be here soon enough. There was no escape for me. I will be on that ship with the remaining Leon Viperum. I was going to simply use it to hide along the coast, circumvent them until I need another child. Frankly, I was hoping it would be done by now. I am just as disappointed as you to find that this is not over tonight.
There are men on that ship who cannot leave this port.
I'm afraid they've already left.
And
Which
you
of the
intend-
men? Whom do you seek?
Darrow Westmore, citizen of the refuge.
Hmm.
A traitor who killed my fiancée.
Yes.
There will be no accord of any kind between us while he breathes.
Very well. I will deliver him to you. And I will look for no more children if you bring me something from that tomb, or answers anything. Who or what Eldarin was doing in the mist. Anything you encounter in there. Items, ideally bones. Bring them to me. I will give you your man, and I will not search for another child.
Is there anything you can do for this child?
The transformation is complete, but he has no link anymore. He will look like this. He will have these bones, just as
What
I'm
of his
sure
mind?
you are disfigured.
Please stop.
It comes at a price. Given that he survives tonight, he will live a normal life.
Okay. And what is your word worth? If I say I will go and do this for you? Because I'm not making my companions make the same promise.
Frankly, I am at a dead end. You are my only hope.
I like the way that sounds.
Without
You
you,
said
I
before.
have to
You
find
said
more
before
children.
back in the last city that you would stop hunting children, and yet we find you here doing exactly that.
That is true.
It would seem you are not very good at keeping your word.
Yet neither are you.
I have not broken my word. I told you I wouldn't attack you, and I haven't. I swore vengeance on the people who leveled my city, and I'm still hunting them. And sooner or later, Arias, I'm gonna kill you.
That may be true. I have no way of guaranteeing your word or my own.
And how do we contact you?
He turns around. Leaning against the desk is a staff, and he holds it out to you. It's a nasty looking thing. Black, polished wood that comes to a point at the end, almost like a spear on the very end of it. It splits into 3 points, but not like a trident, almost 3 separate points of metal that curves and tapers off at the end. In the center is a tiny little diamond that sits at the end of the staff, and he thrusts it forward and says, "This is my staff, one that I have carried for forever. You can take it. It will not bring you any harm. However, the wizard, using it, you will be able to contact me from anywhere. A simple message where you are, and I shall contact you back where I am. I can travel several miles, and I will come to you when I am summoned."
The wizard can use it.
If he is a wizard of any repute whatsoever.
Without saying a word, Merlin extends his hand to take it.
It's very tall for you. The staff is maybe like 5 foot in length from very tip to very end, but and it's a relatively heavy thing. As soon as you grip it, you get the sense that it is a very well made, very old and arcane thing. There are actually several parts to it. The wood is enchanted, the tip at the end is enchanted, the diamond on the end is enchanted as well, and the 3 points at the end of thick metal actually allow you to enhance the necrotic spells that are cast through it. This is the Staff of Necrosis, and also while you are using it, if you so wish, you can cast an ability from it. You can do an instant ranged attack of 2d4 necrotic damage, essentially, with it. It has an innate spell. Other than that, you can simply use it as your arcane focus, and anything that has to do with necromancy will have a boost to it, but I don't know if you have a lot of necromancy spells, if any. But you get that sense.
No, I don't have any.
Yeah. It also doubles as a spear.
Well,
And I'll put that all on your sheet for next time. He says, I shall be leaving now.
Wait. Gold. For going into the mists, we need supplies. We have no gold. What do you have?
Of course.
She does not work for free. I look at fire.
Yes, I suppose not. Well, I offer you the same as I have offered most of these men.
He reaches back, he opens the top drawer in this desk and pulls out a bag. He places it down in front of you, on the desk in front of you, and you can see that it's a heavy thing. He says,
100 gold in there. It's all I have on me. The rest went with borrow. I can also promise you this. You may hate me, and I you. But at the end of this, what we will do for this realm, for those that rule over it, the king, those of us stuck inside this mist prison, under this endless blanket of darkness, everything will change. One way or the other, we will be free, under the rule of another. Or not.
Some of us don't have that luxury.
I fear that none of us will see that freedom. The generations to come, they will know it. They will see the sun. They will run in fields far beyond what we have here. Vast things, green grass, trees that do not curl. No more mushroom soups.
You have a ship to board.
Yes, I do.
he turns around, picks up 3 books from the desk. He
Can I see what books they are?
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
5.
5.
I'm standing a bit
Would
closer.
I
Would
be
I be able to
able
read
to?
it?
Because
Give me-
Merlin loves his books.
Give me an Arcana check. Merlin. 22. You can see he has 3 books. One book is a book dealing with the history of Somme's Point. The next book is a very small looking thing. On the spine it has written, do you speak Primordial?
No.
Do you speak Jotun, Giantish, anything along those lines?
No, just Elven, other than Gnomish.
Um,
Uncommon.
then there is Primordial or Giant script along the spine of it. And the third book is a black thing that you recognize to be a horrific, dangerous, and unbelievably powerful book of death, the Necronomicon. Absolutely famous, only one in existence, easily one of the most powerful spell books in history. Not only does it act as a spell book in the same way that you might have one, presumably, for Arias, but also it has the ability to bolster your own innate spells. It comes with abilities, and it is an unfathomable source of strength for necromancers. He gathers them up and looks down at the wound in his leg and limps awkwardly around the desk. He turns to the great window that stands behind where he is and says,
Go to Kull. There is a road, a broken thing, ancient, Follow it. I don't know precisely where it leads. I don't know what you will find, and I don't know what's out there. Be cautious. Even you. He looks towards you, Will. Whatever ability you have to avoid the horrors, use them sparingly. It is more powerful than you can imagine. It does not just deform and break you physically. It will attack your mind. Once you get to a certain point, you will never get it back. Be careful. Find the tomb, the grave, the bones. Bring them to me. And together, we will end this. And then, we will see about your vengeance.
He turns and opens a doorway behind him, moving his hand up and down, a sort of just strange looking thing as the window gives way, almost as if parting the glass itself. A smell comes through of sea salt and air, the creak of a ship, the mist in the distance over black seas, and a low set yellow moon. He looks through. In there, through it, you can see a small portion of the ship. There are 2 or 3 bandits that turn suddenly. You also make out the figure of a very large-looking barbarian with a scar that runs down her face, many scars across her body, across her shoulders. Clutched under one arm is an empty cage, and in the other is a huge axe. She turns towards the doorway that opens up, and an enormous smile spreads across her face. This person has like thick, white, pale skin. There are no eyes in the sockets where her eyes should be. She opens her mouth and there is no tongue, and this undead being that we would all recognize as Mo smiles as Arias turns from each of you, steps through the doorway, and the glass returns as it closes. And that is where we end today's session of Mistlight. Thank you so much for watching.
Oopsie.
And thank you so
Sorry.
much for playing.
I want to give Brad a round of applause for like all of the fucking this shit you had to do this episode.
That was
It was so good.
This wasn't fucking incredible. Like it mind blowing.
Yeah.
So good. Oh my god.
Yes, a lot going on. The Battle of Somme's Point has ended outside behind you. The ship with what forces are on there have departed. The rest of the bandits fleeing, and then the next week you will be able to recover from it, discuss, and head out and into Somme's Point, or back off to Cull once again to determine what you guys want to do. We'll have to join them next week to figure it out. This was a bit of a longer episode than we normally go for, but I wanted to, it seemed silly not to finish.
Yeah, I didn't
finish
even
what
notice.
you started last week. I actually figured, and I really meant to be like, hey, just checking you guys are all free today, because I have a feeling we're probably going to go over. I really wanted to get to this point.
But you didn't do that, so we
I
all get
completely
inspiration.
Forgot, and then here we are.
We get inspiration
like,
next
I gotta
week.
go, come on. Microwave dings in the background. But I know you mentioned before that, generally speaking, you're all right. But please, in the future, remind me if you ever need to go early. because I too was caught up, and I really wanted to make sure that you got through this. I kind of intended for this to be a 2-part thing, with you ultimately, obviously, coming up and battling or speaking with Arias, seeing how that goes. An extremely difficult fight to do, especially at what is essentially a sort of a dungeon. That you did here, it doesn't seem like a dungeon because of the fact that it's outside, and it was kind of this is my flow chart as you move through the town, but essentially it was a dungeon with smaller fights and encounters that you could have hit through the way with although Massimo wasn't as strong as you maybe expected, or maybe you guys are stronger than you realize. I knew the twins would be tough, and if you had gone the other way with the tiefling, you could have encountered Borrow, the orc that was getting on the ship, and maybe some other things along the way. I knew that even getting here, you would be, there's no way you'd be on top form, and even at top form, Arias is a rough fight. But yeah, you did pretty, you did good, kids. And
the difference between Will going down to the poison or staying on his feet was like 2 health.
Oh.
It was so close.
No.
I'm
glad I saved that con save otherwise.
Yeah. It's a frustrating position to be in, I know, as players when you're in front of something so much stronger than you, but you know, it is what it is, and he is what he is, and if you had run in there and killed him, you would have run in there and killed him, you know, like for the record, if you had done whatever happened, dice rolls, whatever the fuck, if you had come up with some sort of plan and you had just run up to him and killed him, straight up, I would have allowed it just so that you know. And just like people to know that it is absolutely an option. This isn't like a thing that I've scripted out that he will always escape or anything like that. You will legitimately get the kills that you earn and things, but on the flip side, he is legitimately a very powerful, old and strong wizard, and you're at the end of these series of fights as you rush through this siege. So,
and we've already seen what he does. So I don't think we were
I think the worst part was knowing it was a bad idea to go fight him, but knowing that like you kind of had to. You kind of had to go see what the fuck was going on there.
Yeah,
like we can't just be like, well, that's hard. Let's leave.
I figured that you'd like have a pop at him, and I wondered how you would go about it and stuff. And you know, he was by himself, so you were right in the sense of like this might be our only chance to go for it.
I'm very curious how it might have played out if we'd stuck to the plan.
Yeah, I mean, you would have got, I guess, a surprise round on him. But yeah, I mean, that's D&D, isn't it? Shoulda, woulda, coulda. This could have happened. What if that?
We had our opening, like, after he used his counter spell on Fix. So there's the possibility that, entirely dice roll dependent, Merlin's hold person might have actually caught him. And if we could have held him there, I think this fight would have been over very quickly.
Yeah, you could have fucking run him through.
We'll never know.
We'll never know, and
risk.
It's how it is, yeah. And you know, Merlin did the noble thing of running forward to try and save the kid, which is important, I think, to acknowledge roleplay decisions in combat, which I think all of you do really well. And while yes, on a technical level, Merlin can do all these things, he also was concerned about getting the kid away and figuring out a way to save the child and then deal with the threat. And that's, you know, also the reason that was, you know, the kid was on the map. I can say this much, though.
Bastard.
Depending on how many encounters you did as you moved through the town, depended on the state the kid was in. So how if you wanted to, in a way, you can maneuver through town. You can take on the one combat, you can take on the one with Borrow. Then there's another possible one you could have done. And then the elves were kind of impossible for you to miss. Of course, you can technically sneak around anything, but you could have talked through it and whatever. But depending on the amount of things that you chose to do that wasn't go straight to the orphanage, depended on the state of the kid. So that was a thing that I think you were all curious about, just mechanically, about how some of these things were working, and it was very much designed to be that way. Like the entire city is Fix's trauma versus Will's trauma. Will obviously wants to save the city. Fix wants to save the orphanage or the kids or the kid or, you know, the horrible mystery box of whether this is even going on and whether you can live with the decision. You know, if you'd got there and they were all dead and you'd spent a lot of time moving around the city. But I wanted that decision. It's just not a winnable decision. I know you guys discussed this last week on the After Dusk thing. You were like, it's that horrible train track one. You pick one or you pick the people and that whole thing, which, you know, there isn't always a right or wrong. And I know that, you know, some people are like, but I hate all that Hollywood stuff, you know, and especially since there's so much random stuff going on in these games, I do like to just put unwinnable situations in because that's life. And it's not unwinnable, I guess, but there's not like just a correct way.
Everyone.
Yeah, you can't always save
everyone. Just the hero moment every time.
And saving the guards and things, and having them bolster the village, and having the guards stay at the gate and stuff, and saving the merchant, you know, not putting the guy out of his misery and stopping the fire from spreading through the north of town.
Killing that guy, the innocent guy that Fix murdered.
But like you also
but you're never going to live down.
That was a small version of the same thing. Do you kill the one man to stop the flames from spreading through the north part of town? And it was, I just kept putting it in front of you and seeing what decisions you made. And that's very fun for me. That's me playing my game, you know, that's my character that I get to play every week somewhat. But also they do have effects on the town for next week. So you will see a shift and change in how that affects, you know, Somme's Point as they recover from it and things. There might be a merchant out there who's so very happy you saved him, and though the bandit's made off with a lot of his goods, I think he's going to be very happy to see you again. And yeah, maybe just a little metagaming. You might want to fucking wander around until you bump into him.
We have a really big discount waiting somewhere out there.
Yeah, but yeah, I've kept everyone long enough. We'll do a quick round of shout outs here. You can go and watch these peeps on their streams, peep their streams on these peeps through the week. See what they're up to, what they're doing, question them on all of the bits and things, and throw them Twitch primes and gift subs and all sorts of things for such excellent roleplay and showing up every week. And Mistlight After Dusk is a sort of after show tomorrow night. Last week they broke down the previous 2 episodes with Leah and Fairlight as the guests, and tomorrow the guest is Vin Diesel.
Wow. Who did he fly?
Fully nude, by the way. It'll be fully nude. It's contractual. I don't know why.
But that might be a lie. The only way to find out is to watch Mistlight After Dusk, which is where, and what else are you doing, Brian?
It's on my channel, and it's tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. And what else am I doing, you might wonder? I am RPing on Darkside's Ark server as Cooter O'Doul. And I say it just to make Brad uncomfortable every time. I hate it, yeah. I don't know why it makes you so uncomfortable. It brings me joy.
Either. Like, not much makes me uncomfortable, but it's just something about that word. I don't like it.
So yeah, that's what I do other than this. I just roleplay a lot.
Yes. And very good at it. Just like Bisbee Arix. Now, you went down a lot, and that sounds dodgy, but Merlin got beat up a lot today. And from Brad, I'm sorry. Because it's the worst, man, when you just keep getting slammed into the ground and you're down and you're on death saves and it's scary, and you also kind of don't get to do a lot on your turn. And I know as Brad that it's the worst. But as GM Brad, I just try to be as neutral, and you know, if it is what it is, then it is what it is. But I want you to know that I appreciate the roleplay options, and but I hate it. I hate doing it. I hate being like, oh fuck, that's 400 damage to you again.
It's that scene in Monsters Inc. where he keeps fainting. He gets up and then he faints again.
Yeah. There's always like, while I'm DMing, I'm neutral. You know, I'm like, I am the wind and the trees and Arias and, you know, your friends, the guards and everything like that. But then there's a bit of me in the back being like, don't do it to him again. Don't hit him with an arrow in the chest. You know, whatever the fuck. But that's that's how it is. Anyway, what are you doing this week, and where can people watch you and find you doing it?
Hi, I'm Disby. I played Merlin for you today. It was a very rough day for Merlin, but great episode. Holy cow, Brad, you were amazing. I do the whole roleplay thing. Hopefully some scary games later this week too. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you for tuning in, guys.
Nice. Let's get this gnome a shield. We need to give him shield master or something like.
Huge shield and a huge staff. You can't even see him.
He needs to become something like that. We get him there.
He just needs to hold on for one more level, you know?
Hold on, Merlin.
Level 5 is where the wizards just, suddenly they're the most important thing.
Yeah,
in the
everything
whole
that
fight.
Arias is doing, he's just a wizard as well, really. He has a couple of things that boosted that he mentioned, but for the most part, he is just a wizard. So everything that he does, you can do better eventually, Merlin. That's the way it is with wizards, man. The longer they live, the stronger they get every time.
I'm gonna get a hold of that book.
I could see your.
Nom.
I actually am surprised that Arias didn't step through the thing and then be like, "Wait, where's my?" And then Merlin's
Well,
if I was playing anything for laughs ever in this, which I very rarely am, but if I was playing anything if this was a play for laughs campaign, 100% Merlin would have the Necronomicon and be like, "Oh,
Merlin's eyes just roll back in his head.
now that I know he has it, anytime I see him, I'm gonna try and take that book.
I assume
Oh,
as
no.
much, yes." And yeah, but you did
Merlin
get a
has
cool
thirst for
staff
knowledge.
today,
He's
which
gonna try and take it.
yeah, I will
Need a
add
six
the
staff.
staff to your sheet that you get to use for a bit. It's an evil staff, don't get me wrong, but it has some cool things that you can do. So check out Disby at Disby Arix. And then what about you, Leah? What are you doing and where are you doing it?
I'm sorry for almost getting the whole party killed.
It's okay.
I'm specifically sorry
At some
for
point,
Merlin
everyone
because
is going to do that. So
Oh,
Yeah.
well. I specifically feel bad for Merlin because you did not want to be there. We're just like,
It's not that he didn't want to be there. It's just fighting was
he didn't want
not-
to do the
we were not
Understandable.
Gonna beat her.
Merlin was like, I know what's going to happen if we go in there, and then went down every other second.
Sorry.
Which was kind of fun as well because he's the wizard, right? So he's like,
Mhm.
I don't know, man, you're pretty strong.
but Merlin's got purpose now. I'm really happy that there's something connecting
Didn't
Merlin
have
to the whole Arias thing. So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
cool.
dude.
Love
He
that.
is
More
the
level, and
counterpart.
then you get your own counter spell. You know?
What?
Then you can do it back to him when
Yeah.
he tries to cast spells.
And I can blind him.
Counter
Wizard
spell is
duels.
the best, yeah.
I'm playing Hades at the moment on twitch.tv/Leah, and I'm having a lot of fun, actually. So yeah, I'm at boss 3. Woohoo! I'll be playing that tomorrow. And I'll be playing Mario Golf tomorrow as well, so catch me doing that.
Okay, what about you, Fairlight?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Fairlight_Excalibur, currently playing through Middle-earth Shadow of War, which is a couple years old, but it was one of those games I was too busy back when it came out, so I'm finally catching up with that. So, here on Thursdays, we've got elves and orcs and goblins running around and casting spells, but, on my other stream, it's still elves and orcs and running around casting spells and stabbing each other. So, very similar. Fantastic session. A lot of fun.
Yeah, it was very good. Well done, everyone.
Everybody go follow Brad. He's so good.
I'm not up to anything. I don't stream anymore. I've actually
Yes, he
deleted
does. He's
my
lying to you.
stream. I started
He's lying.
Minecraft again today for the first time
Yeah, I
in 2
saw that.
years. Yeah.
Why?
Are you streaming tomorrow, Brad?
I am streaming tomorrow. And
Oh, you're streaming on your birthday?
I am
Aw.
streaming on my
Everybody
birthday,
go
yes.
tomorrow and wish Brad a happy birthday.
what
I figured you
streamer
would have taken the
doesn't
day off.
stream on their birthday?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I have
That's
a
a fair point.
sponsored Minecraft stream coming up, which is why I'm playing Minecraft again.
Oh.
The fat stacks coming in, but also it's been almost 2 years since I went full time on Twitch, and I went full time August 2019, and I was playing Minecraft at the time, and I did it. So it's a weird thing where I'm like, oh, that's weird, and that the timing is just strange and interesting. So yeah, I made a promise to my community. I was like, right, if I can keep food in my fridge and my rent paid until next year, I'll keep streaming for another year after that,
Yep.
which is coming up. You know what I mean? Like, so my
I
rule is
remember
just,
that when you were like, I'll give it a
I was
year.
like, I don't know if I can do this full time. I don't know. And because it's just scary, right? When you go full time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, if I can do it, then I'll do it. And I did. And that was last year. And then here we are and coming up to the end of year 2.
So go pay him on his
Yeah.
channel so we can do this, give us the same speech in another year from now.
Yes. You think you're going to be alive in a year from now in the campaign? What do you think?
Alive or live?
All right. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Make sure to catch Mistlight After Dusk on Bree's channel tomorrow if she's around still. And make sure
Who
you check out
knows?
all of these
Roll the
wonderful
dice.
streamers. We have plenty of shows every few nights on Table Stories, so check out all the VODs and things. This is for people in the future, but I know that people always ask this question. There's all sorts of stuff. Check out collections on Twitch, or the YouTube channel has everything uploaded to it in playlists if you want that. And we'll see you next week. Thanks again for watching, everybody. Peace out. Bye.